paths lead us to where we are meant to be. Our options varied, our choices infinite. But it is up to us to take the action. And I will be that of action. Okay. Hi, chat! Happy... What day is it today? What fucking day is it today? Wednesday! Holy shit! Hi, Decoy! Getting that first spot coming in second. How's it going, everybody? I don't know why I'm being so today. Probably because I stayed up way too long doing Epsilon renovation stuff. So, okay, for those of you who didn't see, this is the work we did on the gold room. Honestly, I think we finally found a really good balance in regards to, like, colors and lighting. You know, when you're looking away from the tree, you're not as well lit. It's a little better in the dark, but, you know, when you're facing the tree, right, you're fully illuminated. You know, I kind of wanted that little bit of environmental storytelling. And it's super, I don't know if it's too obscure, but I did a kind of secret Epsilon symbol that kind of blends in with the wall a teeny bit. Mostly because I thought it'd be fun. We might have to adjust these a little bit. I don't think we found a sweet spot as to what we're doing with this as of yet, because I know we want like a confessional kind of vibe, but we're playing around with it. We'll have to get some rubbish beds. Very likely. But this is what we did in here. I might widen the wall a little bit. I'm still debating because I think, yeah, that's one whole chunk. And that would kind of fuck up the library a little bit. I played around with putting a fireplace here and then immediately regretted everything and put everything back. But yeah, for 3 bunk beds, I was thinking about truncating it and stacking 4 just because it would look more cramped. Because I really do think that keeping this room at the end of the hallway, you know, allowing it to have the toxic vibes it deserves is the way to go. I'll probably sanction this off as a room so that the light doesn't leak as much, but also it's not the end of the world if the light leaks. And then, yeah, we kept this the same. If this room ends up not being used by anybody, A, I'll be sad because I really like how it turned out, but B, we can always pivot. And then the sauna, I think, turned out very nicely. Yeah, I actually like how this turned out. I might have to redo the way that some of these planks are laying, just so it's not so schmessy. But, I'll do... I did a similar thing here where I had kind of like the secret Epsilon symbol using the same material as the walls. Mostly because I thought it'd be fun. I'm debating scooching this out a teeny more. Yeah. Yeah. That way it intersects a little less. And then that we can stick there. I'm happy with that. And then that will have frosted glass on it. I'm debating whether or not to keep that there, but I'm trying to think if we want more water splashes. That might be a good way to kind of evoke the whole steam room vibe. Which, let's see. Yeah, double splashes. Because we could do... stuff like this. Hell, we could even turn it upside down if we were so inclined. Wait, we wouldn't be able to see shit. Never mind. Never mind. I was wrong. Surprise, surprise. Okay. So, I'm trying to think. Maybe if we put them like on either side of this light here, that could be a way to kind of evoke more of a steam vibe, perhaps. Because that's the closest we're probably gonna get to evoking the general energy we want. Wait. No, it's not. No, it's not. That's a lie. That's a lie and I'm a liar. That's not gonna be how it works. I'm realizing now this probably won't work out the way I want it to, but... Oops. Oh, perfect. But you know, I don't fucking care. So we could do something like... that. It's not amazing. Awkward! Hey, Awkward, how's it going? I hope you're having an amazing day today. Yeah, it's saying short splashes. Am I sold on this? You know what? It could evoke kind of like a hot tub vibe. I am! Thank you so much for asking. Okay, wait, I'm able to click everything else except for that. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna delete that. That might be the smart way to go. Do I even want this in here? I guess we could... I could do like a that, then that. Right? That could be something we do. Could do something like that. Okay, how bad is the tilt? Okay, it's actually not too bad. All things considered. We could do something like this. It'll like double triple up the steam, but I don't hate it. As long as it doesn't fuck up anyone's angles for camera stuff, it should be fine. I should figure out what that messy little bit of water is. Hold on. Chat, up until this time, I've never actually used any of these. Chat, up until this moment, I haven't used any of these. Good golly. Okay, there's that. Okay, so there's two of them. It appears. Right? There's that, and then there's this? Oh! I understand. Awkward, I hope you're having an amazing day today. Wait, Awkward, do you stream? You do? Chat, I'm gonna do a shout out for M Awkward who plays Shiny. So if you're not already, make sure that you throw a big fat follow. Gotcha. It feels like it's been a super busy time of year for a lot of people. Oh, wait. Why the fuck are you there? Hold on, hold on. I'll just delete that. Yeah, that should be fine. With all of those, that should be fine. Hell yeah, happy lurking! Oh, dang. I feel that. With all of the storming and whatnot in my area, the internet has been, non-cooperative. I feel the pain. Alright, this should be fine, and then we can get some more small walling features. Yeah, I actually really like how this turned out, and I made sure to make it so that all of the levels are proper sitting height. So that should work out for all of them. Yeah, that looks a little messy, so I'm going to... Hold on. Okay. Okay, it's a little scuffy, but that'll happen sometimes. Yeah, that did nothing to narrow it down. Oh! Alright, we got there eventually. Oh, that's not the one I want to mess with. It's this one. I just want to have it ever so slightly. Okay, that should be good. Wonder if I can... $51. Maybe I can do like a 803. 802. 801. Maybe 51 point... Like a 799. Hell yeah. Ah! We love nitpicking! Okay, chat, I think I've wasted enough of the start of stream here focusing on all of that. Beautiful. What an excellent use of our time. Damn, I love how spooky it looks when I scuff out and none of the lights show up. It's a beautiful thing. Alright, let's get Eliza some food. Which she should have some leftovers in the thing. And those lights should be fixed. So I might have to do some more scooching around to make things nice and smooth. There we go. English language. We'll just grab these. Why not? Actually, we'll do this. Raspberry soda. Extra big ass drink. Oop, careful. Alright, a couple of errands for Eliza to run on this day. First off, drinking some of that raspberry soda. I'm wondering if Eliza should take out a couple of these tables in here, but I don't think we'll have to, because our space allocation is actually a lot better than expected in the upstairs area. So, okay, we're gonna have to redo this a little bit. But that'll be fine. Hell yeah. Kiflom it up. And we hit him with that Kiflom. I think Eliza will... We got a couple of things to do. Eliza probably should change out the security cameras at some point, but... Actually, one of the first things we should do, if no one else has done it already, is move the Kiflomazine. Yeah, we have to move the Kiflomazine. We're not taking any chances. We'll wait until a little bit later-ish before we, reach out to Dr. Stacy in regards to the medical reports, because she's probably busy as hell. And don't want to do that thing where we're bombarding her while she's in the middle of taking care of, like, an emergency situation. Oh, Deftanioli. That's a good question. I don't think Eliza has a... Oh, my... Holy shit. Hello in Kiflom.
Don't you dare. Can't believe you.
You know, Normie, I have to hand it
After all
to
this
you.
time. What?
I have to
What?
hand it to you. You're,
Oh god, are you gonna stab me? Where are you?
No,
Where
I'm,
are you? Show yourself, evil queen of darkness. Perpetual night be thy name. Where are you? Show your face.
I have to hand it to you, Normie. You were almost successful.
What are you talking about? I am never successful. That's my thing. I am a born failure.
Here's the thing,
How dare
Normie. You
you.
were almost successful, and I want to hand it to you.
You keep repeating yourself. Are you casting a curse? Is this a new spell you've been working on? Because that's not cool.
Couldn't possibly be, Normie. I don't know if my energy has ever been lower. You know, one of your dark assassins almost
Dark
took me
assassins?
out.
Excuse me? Excuse me? Lady, excuse me? Darkness, that's you. That's a you thing. Don't you put this on me.
Have to say, Normie, you play a good game.
What game? I don't play games. I'm a working man. I don't have time for video games. Okay?
How much did you pay him?
Hey, what? You think I have money? I can't even afford eggs. I don't even remember what eggs taste like anymore.
All right. Maybe it wasn't money. What kind of favor did you
How
promise?
dare you? I am celibate. What are you
promise him?
saying? I don't blow him. What do you mean? I don't do that. I'm celibate.
Maybe
Okay?
it's something else. Maybe it's
Hey, don't, okay? If I was the type, okay, to be not celibate and give out gross, raunchy, down low, dirty sexual favors, I'd be like a gajillionaire, okay? You don't believe me?
I don't know if I've ever believed anyone more, Normie.
What does that mean? You're confusing me. You're casting a spell, aren't you?
Well, I won't pry any further because it seems as though this is
Of course you
a
can't
deal
pry.
you
I
do
have my
not wish
undergarments
to
of
be vocal
chastity.
about. What?
Vo-
About what?
What do you mean? I am not oral. What do you mean? I am celibate. Man, you have like a mouth fixation, don't you?
Well, I have been
How
told I
dare
am a
you?
Yapmaster 5000.
Yes, you are. You know, you invented Galadriel yelling. Remember that?
What?
You invented it. Hello? Ding dong? The witch is dead?
Well, almost,
Oh,
Normie, but you
God
weren't
dang
successful.
it. I'm never successful. You know this. I said this.
I knew that you've been playing a long game. And I should have known with
God
how
dang
long
it.
you
I
both
gotta
have known
stop
each
you right
other.
there. Number one, I don't play games. Number two, I am not long, okay? I have a very small penis. How dare you make fun of me, body shame me? What I know? I have come to peace with my size,
Well,
okay?
the size and of your
Length,
endowments are
length. Mm.
the length of your endowment is of no concern
Mm.
to me, Normie.
Oh, you're talking about me being a long game, okay? How dare you? You're always talking, saying one thing, and then backpedaling to another thing.
Well, I simply want to commend you, Normie. It's
What does that mean? You're
I
casting
should have seen the
spells again.
signs. I've gotten warnings. I was told to be careful
Uh-huh.
and be wary.
True. Everybody should be careful. Okay, you're not
And I
special.
should have known you two were working together.
What do you mean two? There is no two, madam. I am alone forever.
So you're
Okay,
telling me
forever
Diego
alone.
tried to murder me of his own volition?
Hey, what did we say? He's dead to me. We don't talk about him, okay? And
Well, that's
that's
you and
kind
me
of on
both,
you.
I suppose.
That's kind of on you. Did I tell you? I warned you, didn't I? I
Would
warned
you be
you
willing
that
to
evil
testify
begets
that?
evil. I warned you that evil
Would you be
begets
willing
evil.
to testify that in court, Normie?
Okay. How much you paying?
Normie, I would never.
Jack shit. Of course. People like you only want, you want to take. You never give. Okay? You always want. But you never ask. Normie, what do you want? What is your heart's
I mean,
desire?
you just said
know what I mean?
that you are, you're not someone to be bribed. You are a pure soul, not capable of being tainted by the likes of myself.
But you can at least try. Jeez, that's so hard to ask. At least try, lady.
You know, you are
You've
correct,
really fallen
Normie.
off. The fallen one has really fallen off. Sad to see.
No,
Well,
you're
very
not the only
sad.
one saying it. I really have fallen off.
Of course, I'm not the only one saying it.
Nu
You know, you think I'm
Epsilon,
the
more
only
like
person
Nu
in the world?
Kiflom, more like Kifel.
How dare you talk about? You keep talking about penis, okay? Just because
I
if it's
never
small
talk
and
about
floppy doesn't mean
penis, Normie.
you can make fun of it in this manner, okay? That's low.
I would
even
never
for
mock
you.
another person's penis.
I know you just did though. You called it small and floppy.
I did not say that.
Okay? Just because it leans a little bit to the left doesn't mean it's an L, okay? It's more like a J, if anything.
To what do I owe the pleasure of this call today, Normie?
Oh, you know, I saw something really evil and I thought of you.
Really?
Yeah, every time I see something evil and horrible and vile, I'm like, oh, Eliza, ding ding.
Eliza Ding Ding.
Yeah, it's like a memory, you know, like a core memory of her evil.
Fascinating.
It's a genetic memory, you know, of humanity up in arms against the great evil Eliza.
Genetic memory. You're talking about
You can't
inherited
spell
will.
evil without Eliza. Hmm?
You really can't.
You can't? I told you.
You also can't spell zeal.
It's true.
Lies.
True. Zeal. Zeal for evil lies. Yeah, Eliza always liesing. Why you always liesing? You know?
I can't help it. I was born this way, Normie. You know this.
Yeah, you were born in darkness. We know. That's why you were locked up in that basement. You were sealed for eons until the seal was cracked and evil came spurting out.
Spurting?
Yes, spurting out like a dark fountain. Mm.
Ah, Delta Rune brain rot.
All right.
Nothing.
What are you casting spells again? Yeah, Eliza.
I would never.
Evil Eliza, always up to her same old tricks.
Normie.
But yeah, I warned you, remember? I told you. I told you that evil begets evil, and that one of these days, the people under you are gonna be sick of you. They're gonna want to usurp you. Okay? They're gonna be like, you know what? I can be the Dark Lord. Fuck this Dark Lord. She ain't all that. She kinda lame. She kinda stupid. And her haircut, yeah, I said it kinda sucks. You know?
Oh.
I could be so much better Dark Lord with but way better haircut than this bee. Okay? And that's what happened, didn't it?
Damn.
I told you, didn't I? I told you. I was right.
You did. You really did.
Feels
Normie.
so good to be right again. Eliza L. 0. Normie and humanity #1. W all the way.
And that's how you really feel.
Oh, of course it's how I feel. You crazy? Are you trying to change how I feel? Because you can't do that. You've fallen off.
I would never.
Your
But
power
I have fallen off.
diminishes.
I
know.
I have distinctively fallen off, Normie. I don't know if I've ever been at simultaneously a higher and lower point.
Oh, that's quite a what's the word? That's
Trauma
quite
dump?
Yeah, you have this bad habit of trauma dumping. No wonder people like accept you. No wonder. They were like, Eliza's talking about her problems again. Can you believe it? She's so evil, and she's the cause of all problems of all humanity since forever, and yet she's trauma dumping on us. The nerve.
I suppose I could use a little more self-awareness, huh?
Oh, that's too late. You could have used that 5 bajillion years ago.
You think so?
I know so. You know, if maybe you had self-awareness 5 gajillion billion years ago, this wouldn't have happened. You wouldn't be here where you are right now.
You don't think?
I do think sometimes.
You do strike me as a thinker.
Hey, are you flirting with me? Really?
No, Normie, God. I'm married.
Dark Lords are so disgusting. They only want one thing.
And what is that?
To flirt while they're married. You're sick. You're sick. Objectifying me. And while you're married? Like, whoa. That's low, even for you.
You know what? I appreciate you for calling me out, Normie. I didn't realize.
Hey, you still trying to raise me up? Oh, God. What is this, Dark Lord Riz?
Here's the thing, Normie. Just because
at least Sauron
had
gifts,
okay?
He had bling. He had ring.
Sauron
brought the elves and the dwarves and the men, the kings of men. He brought them rings, okay? What have you brought? You got no riz, girl. You ain't got the riz.
And acknowledge within
you gotta
yourself.
Work on it. You gotta be better,
really,
okay?
Honestly,
L Riz. No one to call you Eliza. Eliza with the L Riz.
Normie, and simply recognize that.
No, I ain't simping for you. Ain't no way, bruh. Especially ain't no Riz. God, can't be me.
I mean,
because I'm celibate.
Normie, if you're attracted to me, I won't hold it against you.
I'm celibate. You can't do this.
You could be attracted to someone and still be celibate.
You're trying to gaslamp me. You're gaslamping me on all this. I'm celibate. I don't know what you are.
Multiple people. It's not exclusive.
Multiple people. So, that is. I am celibate. I am no people. Nobody. No people. Period. Okay? Period, sis.
So you're saying you're the only one that is celibate in the entirety of the universe?
Might as well be. Yeah. Sips tea.
Well, here's the thing, Normie. You know, if
I
you
don't have any tea. I wish I had though. If I
if
had
you
tea, I'd
are
sip it right
rizzed
now.
up by me, you know, I
No,
have to
I'm
tell
saying you're
you, it
trying to
is
rizz me up,
not
but it's
any.
failing.
Well, it
It's
is not
failing
any
like you
conscious
failed
effort
your
on
goal.
my end. I should
You
let you know.
failed your goal, and you can't rizz me up, okay?
How are you
Okay, you know,
aware of my goal?
your goal, rizzing me up? You've been trying to rizz me up since day 0.
Since day 0?
Yeah, you've been watching me. I know. You've been trying to raise me up, but it's, he's like, Normie, we're not so different, you and I.
I mean, we're
Normie,
not.
I think we could be friends. You see, you're still trying. El bozo. You know, Eliza, if this Dark Lord thing doesn't work out, you could always be a clone.
I'm not the only. You're not the only
Because
person
you're a real
to say that.
bozo. That's why El Bozo got him. Got him good.
Is
Mm-hmm.
that so?
It dooby doo. Dooby doo.
It dooby doo?
That's what I said. Stop mocking me.
No, I was clarifying what you said.
No, you were mocking me.
I would
You're like those people that are like, oh, I'm taking Malaysian street food, but I'm elevating it. Like, stop it, okay? You make it the way it is. You say it the way it is, or you don't bother. Okay, how dare you?
I would never mock
How
you,
dare
Normie.
you gentrify my
How
doobie doo?
dare you? How dare you?
You're Galadriel. Oh, she's Galadriel again. How dare you? You fell off,
Malaysian street
and you're
food,
Galadriel.
Normie.
Like,
That
where do you
is
get off?
never
Where do you
anything
get
I
the
would do.
audacity?
I would
Where do you get the audacity? I
never
would
do
like
that.
to know, because when we could solve world hunger, if we could figure out where you get all this shit, okay, this audacity, all this shit we can use to fertilize the fields and feed everybody. But you would never do that because you're evil.
Normie, I would never gentrify Malaysian street food. I want you to know that.
Now, that was an example. You gentrified my it doobie doobie doo, okay? And I was giving an example by using Malaysian street food.
And I was clarifying because I didn't know
Here
if
we
you
go
were
again,
trying
clarifying,
to
because we're not good
say-
enough. We out on the street are not good enough to make things clear for ourselves. So we need high and mighty, hoity-toity, Eliza to clarify for us lesser beings. That's how
Have
you
you-
see us. We know.
Have you considered the possibility that maybe I value...
No, we will never, ever, ever end up together. We will never, ever, ever end up because you're super evil and you've fallen off. You should be a clown. Like your name is Bozo. Yeah. Off the top of my head. I didn't even have to look up the lyrics.
Do you think about Taylor Swift a lot?
Who doesn't? She's a star. A bright star, and you can never be that because you're the opposite. You're darkness. She's pure light.
Okay, well, Normie, I have to say, it seems as though you are the one mocking me in this moment.
I am not. I would never. How dare you? How dare you mock the concept of mockery by mocking me and accusating me of mockery? Like, it's like so evil on so many levels. You really are hopeless.
You really
can't
think
believe
so?
you. You are.
You really think so?
Why are you talking like this?
You know, just thinking.
Really why are you trying to start an ASMR career after you've fallen off of your cult wagon? Hey guys, welcome to my ASMR stream.
I am not
I
a
fell
monotone
off. I was a cult leader.
I speak with dynamics
I
in
was
my
a cult
voice.
leader.
What am I supposed to do?
And then I failed.
Hello, Normie.
So now here I am.
am speaking to you in an even tone. Now you have no way
how
to
dare you
interpret
pretend
how
to be
I am
Siri
feeling.
or Alexa? How dare you? You could never. You don't have the raise that they do.
Normie,
don't even try,
Reese.
sis. Don't even try. You're way out of your league.
Normie, middle name, Reese. I would never do that. If it makes you more comfortable for me to speak,
you know, if that was my GPS voice, I would just crash my car. If that was my navigational system, I'd just like crash it. Just, yep.
Turn left at the intersection.
No, we're crashing off the cliff, right into the lava volcano in Mordor.
Are
That's
you
what I'm
in a
doing.
car right now?
You know, if Siri and Alexa had feelings, okay, they would be really hurt and appalled by your behavior right now.
Frankly, Normie, I don't know what else to do. Everything I do or say is critiqued by you, and frankly, not just by you. Simply because I
God.
show emotions.
How do we speak to a representative? Because this recording is awful.
Press 1 to speak to a representative.
I can't find one. It's goddamn phone. You know what I mean? I
Press
gotta
2
go
for
through the
Spanish.
apps.
Press 3 for...
Oh God. ¿Dónde está biblioteca? Lo siento. ¿Cómo se dice? I don't know. Habla español no bueno. Muchas gracias, dinero.
La biblioteca es cerca de la tienda de...
Shit, God dang it, man.
de ropa.
Oh, God. Why is the recording laughing? Oh, I'm being mocked even by the recording. It's crazy. I'm being mocked in Spanish by a recording. Ain't no way, bruh. Ain't no way, essay. Ain't no way, Holmes. God dang it.
Marque uno. Para hablar en inglés. Marque dos.
Gotta go back to English. I don't know. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro. That's all I know. A goddamn song. Just get stuck in your head. Oh, shit, elevator music.
Your call is very important to us. Please hold.
Oh, God dang it. Oh, I hate this, man. God, how did we end up here? Hello?
Hello, you've reached Eliza's phone.
Oh, God dang it, you again. So, are you a clown yet?
You know what? I'll have to transfer you to my manager.
Because you're a real El Bozo. Got him. Oh, God. Yeah, this song is awful. It's like 3 notes, you know what I mean? It's just 3 notes.
Did you know that the Epsilon program has been present in Los Santos for 157 years?
Yes, we know that. Queen of Evil. Oh, God.
Please hold.
Oh, God. I can't believe she still has that message. I thought her cult fell apart. Real sad. Real sad and desperate. It's giving desperate, babes. This is like the worst of elevator and commercial music, all in one. Hello?
Your call is very important to us. Please stay on hold.
It's like I'm calling my ISP. Hey. Hello?
Hello, you have reached Nu Epsilon.
Oh, I thought you fell apart. What are you doing?
That's a completely different. I'm
you're
sorry,
beating
sir.
a dead horse.
I think you got transferred.
That's what you would do, because you're evil. You would definitely beat a dead horse.
You would
never
kill the horse,
then beat it. Yes, you would. You're evil. No, they don't like you. They don't like you. Horses run away from evil.
Never.
Horses don't like you. Okay, I've seen The Ring. I saw the horse. The horse was like, the horse would rather die
Normie,
in the ocean, shredded by a ship propeller, than be with Samara. Okay, and you're like way more evil than Samara.
Normie, I'm gonna say this to you. Of
what?
Everything you have said to me, I've been more than willing to let it roll off my shoulders. The accusations, the threats.
The horses
insults.
don't like you, and they never liked you, and they never will like you because you'll never be a horse girl because you're not fit, you're not worthy.
That is fucked up, Normie.
And that you will never be invited to a Barbie Princess Pink Ponycorn birthday party because, again, you're evil. And horses don't like you.
Normie, here's the thing. I almost got murdered by someone I considered a brother
Oh, yeah,
a
you
couple
told
days
me
ago.
about that. I warned you
And
about that.
this is worse. This
You know
is the
what?
thing that
You know what? If it
really
ever
fucks me
happens,
up.
we're gonna have a party. Us, not you, because you'll be dead. We're gonna have a party at the Pink Pony Club with all the ponies and all the unicorns, all the Pegasus, all that, and you won't be invited because you'll be dead and evil. And yeah, we'll be all dancing at the Pink Pony Club. We're like, whoa, Eliza's dead. It's party. Let's go, pony. And then BoJack Horseman will be there. And it'll be like all the sad and stuff. You know how he is. Well, you don't know how he is. You don't know him.
I
What a
don't know him.
bozo. Of course you don't. He hates you. He's a horse. You're evil. Oh, and shit. What's his name? Shadowfax? Gandalf, he's gonna be
You
there. Oh,
cannot
shit.
say that. No.
He gets all the mares, okay?
No!
He is the star of the stable, okay? He goes fast in more ways than one. Okay?
You can't say that, Normie.
Yes, I just did.
Normie,
You
you
can't
can't
say it
say
because
that.
they hate you.
You can't say
I
that.
can. I just did.
No.
I just said it.
Here's the thing. I
and
wouldn't expect Shadowfax to, love me or like
Oh no,
me,
he
but
would.
he'd
What
at
do
least
you wouldn't
be
expect? He's a
neutral.
stallion. He is a stallion prime of his life. What do you think he's doing? Huh? What do you think he's doing in stables when Gandalf's not riding him? What do you think he's doing, huh? You think he's just eating oats,
Taking
playing
a break,
cards?
maybe.
Yeah, taking a break on one of the mares, eh? That's what he's doing.
Jesus.
He's deep in the minds of Moira. You know what I mean? He's deep. Okay? When Gandalf is out there doing Gandalf things, Shadowfax is up in the stables living it up. He's a stallion. He can't be tamed, okay? You can ride him like Gandalf if he allows, which he would never do for you because you're evil and he hates you. Okay? But when he's not with Gandalf, he's got his own life, okay? Shadowfax is his own stallion, okay?
I suppose I never really thought of it that way.
Yeah, he's like a good-looking stallion like that. You don't think he'd be the prince of the stable? Come on. The stables of Gondor, Rivendell. Ugh. Shadowfax a hoe.
Suppose I've never thought of it that way.
You know? That's what they call him. They have a nickname for him at the stables. Shadowfax, more like Shadowfucks, because he fucks real good and real often. He can go on for nights. You know what I mean? Like, I heard there were complaints over, like, Hobbiton, like Shire. They're like, dude, this horse is just neighing as it, never stops. He just going all day, all night.
Fascinating.
Right? It's crazy. Whoa.
I need help. Purple, blue, or red?
What are you doing?
I just need to make a choice.
Oh, but it's too late, Eliza.
Oh, you know what? Okay,
Time
purple
for
and
choice.
gold, green and
Wow,
blue,
why
or
you
red
ask
and
me then?
orange.
What is this for?
I'm trying to make a choice.
Yeah, but what does it mean?
It's a jacket color. I need a jacket that'll fit over my
Oh,
bandages.
you're joining a gang, aren't you? Oh.
Sure,
Becoming a
Normie,
gangster, huh?
Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
you got the voice for it.
I took your advice.
Bruh. What's up, bruh? Eliza's L-Dog. Give us your money, bruh. Get stepping, bruh. You know what I mean? You be G-checking people all over, you know what I mean? Yo, what's up? What up, the bros? It's L-Dog on the block, pushing P. You know what I mean? I used to be a cult leader. Now I'm a hardcore gangster.
I guess I could go with gray and black. Okay, so gray, red,
What? Really?
green, or
that's the
purple.
monochrome gang. Really? Yo, we're like a gang, but really depressed. We like white, black, and gray. Wow.
Which one should I choose?
I don't know, Eliza. What do you... Why don't you
Here's the
ask?
thing. Here's the thing. I'm trying to take a
Uh-huh.
step in the right direction, Normie, and you're the only one that can provide any insight.
Oh, you're Eliza, Eliza, Queen of Evil, fallen off Eliza. I will never, okay, be in a relationship with you, okay? You can try to raise me up all you want, okay? Complimenting me, talking to me, but it ain't gonna work, okay? You ain't shadow fucks, buddy, okay? You ain't him, bruh.
I'm married, Normie.
I know it's fucked up. It's real fucked up how you're trying to fuck me while you're married. Talk about
I am
gross,
not.
inappropriate, so inappropriate.
Okay, now I get it. Now I know how the tables turned feels.
What table? I am not gonna be on a table for you. You should eat sushi off of my naked body. You're gross.
You are extrapolating
I
a
would
lot of
never
things
do
I
that.
did not
Uh-huh,
say.
Galadriel. Galadriel means I touched a nerve. The truth struck a nerve. That's why you're Galadriel.
Black, blue, purple, or red?
Are you telling me you're gonna turn me black, blue, purple, and red? You're vile. You are evil.
I am asking you.
Oh God.
The grace of craft, Normie. I'm just asking your opinion.
I was not gonna fuck you. No matter how many times you ask, and no
I
matter how
don't want
loud you
to!
ask. If you don't want to, why have we been on the phone for 28 minutes, huh? You've been trying to fuck me for 28 minutes. Think about that. And you're married.
You can hang up at any point, Normie.
I wouldn't do that, because I'm a respectful, kind person with a pure heart, like you said. Even though you're just trying to raise me up so you can fuck me. Which is never gonna happen, BTW. BT dubs ain't gonna happen. Ain't no way ever. This
Normie,
guy.
I think you found a way to finally break me. I have no counter for
Break
this.
you? I would have break. You're gross. You're always so sexual. Huh? Keep it in your pants, Eliza.
Normie,
Nobody
you
wants to
are
see it.
extrapolating things and
I
interpreting
am not
things.
I am not
You
strapping
are
on anything.
mining
I
for
will not. Why would I
subtext that
strap
isn't
on
even
anything?
there. When I'm
I will not let
speaking
you
to you, it is
strap on anything. That's
simply
crazy.
via text.
Nobody.
I'm not. There's no
You are
deeper meaning.
You
There
are.
is no
You're married. You know what I
subconscious
mean? The
deal
moment you
going
got
on
married,
here. I
that was
need you
when
to
you gave up the
understand
strap-ons.
fundamentally that is not anything I have said to you at all at any point during any of our conversations. Yeah!
Galadriel.
Black, blue, purple, or red?
Galadriel means I'm right. You know this to be true. When you start Galadriel, it means the truth that I speak has hit a nerve.
You got on my fucking nerves, Normie.
And see, because the truth always prevails, Eliza, no matter how evil tries.
Did you send Diego to kill me or not?
What? What would I say? Well, first things first, we don't talk about him. He's dead to me. Number two, he was your lackey. He was your minion. It's not my fault, okay? This is what you people lack, okay? You millennials, you like accountability, okay? Okay? You fucked up. And just trying to kill you. Oh, woe is you. Okay, you blame it on me. How's that fair? Eh? How's that make sense?
Can you blame me for asking, Normie? Can you blame me for asking?
Of course I can. You're unreasonable. You're evil, dishonest, manipulative, delusional. Need I go on? Okay, I'll go on. Desperate, delusional, megalomaniacal, psychotic, insecure, but also arrogant, prideful, but not in like the pride, yay, love, but like the arrogance, prideful. What else? You are also selfish. Did I say evil? Yeah, evil. Impatient. That's a good one. Oh, that describes you to a T. Impatient. Rude. You're so rude sometimes. It's like, whoa. If you weren't so evil, I'd be like, whoa, rude guy over here. And what else? You're also evil, impatient, delusional. What else? rude boy, rude.
Hey,
Do I keep
chat.
going?
Your
Okay,
batting
going on
average
it.
has been pretty solid so far. Keep going.
Disappointing, tragic, but
Chat,
like
vote
not,
on a
not in like
color
a
code.
oh poor
Vote
them,
on
or
a
like
code
oh
color.
god, poor us that we have to see this, Like, so that kind of tragic, and untrustworthy, you know what I mean? But also like needy, like in a clingy kind of way, like, oh, love me, I'm Eliza, I'm evil. But it's like nobody will love you because you're evil. Not even horses love you. Ask Bojack. And that guy's desperate for love, okay? Don't tell him I said that.
don't
Oh,
know
what? You
him.
can't because he hates you. And you're not invited to the Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Club. Liza's not invited to the Pink Pony Club because she's super evil and her cult is falling off.
Where did you hear that Nu Epsilon fell off?
You told me.
Yeah, I did, didn't I?
Yeah, what? You just told me your lackey tried to kill you and they're all sad and shit. Of course. I warned you, didn't I? I told you. I read you like a book.
I didn't
Like
consider
an
him
evil
my lackey.
tome. Well, he is your lackey. Okay? It's always like, oh, I'm this wealthy CEO. These people are not my employees. They're like family. And then they get paid like shit. They get low benefits. And they
And then
get
they don't
fired,
get paid.
layoffs. Exactly. You would know. You're evil.
But they do have unlimited PTO.
Post-traumatic orgasms? You're gross. I knew it was a sex cult. I knew it. If it sounds like a sex cult, it's probably a sex cult. Then to think. You tried to get me to join you. And you know I'm celibate. Can't believe you. Eliza strikes again. L.
I think that probably matches the black, red, purple, or blue.
Hey. You don't think as if I've been hurt before? You don't think I've been punched in the face? I'm not afraid of you. Okay? I'm not afraid of you. If your lackeys are like, yo, I can take Eliza, maybe I don't have anything to fear,
Not one
Think
for
about that.
physical confrontations.
You were just threatening to turn me black, red, blue, purple, green. Is it gold? Is it blue? Who knows? That's you.
I'm asking you to choose a color.
I know, because you're going to sock me in the face. You're going to give me a bruise of that color, aren't you?
Would never do that.
You would. You're evil. I know. And you're also the queen of lies, so. I can't believe you. You've been trying to raise me up. You've been trying to convince me to fuck you for like almost 35 minutes. And I was going to an audition, okay? I'll have you know.
Wait, you should go to that audition.
I was, but I've been talking to you. You've been talking to me. You've been raising me up for 35 minutes. You've been trying to raise me up for 35 minutes, okay? I've been walking around the Maze Bank Arena.
Normie.
No, I just told you, I'm a good person. I wouldn't do that. It's rude. Yeah. You'd think with your cult falling apart like Atlantis falling into the sea with a crash, you'd think you learned your lesson, but you haven't.
You really think that?
You keep asking that. Hello, this is my ASMR. I'll just keep repeating. Do you really think that? Do you really think that? Do you really think that? That's just always your thing, man. It's not working out, okay? I told you, you can be a clown. A real bozo. El Bozo, Eliza Bozo the clown.
So do you just have a pull string where you just, you choose the same, 5 insults to go back on?
I mean, they're good. Why break wheel when wheel work good?
This is true. If wheel work good, why break wheel?
Hey, you're trying to gentrify my speech again. How dare you, okay? In any case, your clown name can be El Bozo. Get it? Eliza, you're both. Oh my god. Ain't no way, bruh. Totally get him. You can even have like a really well, shiny red nose, honk honk. You know what I mean? Honk honk. It's elbows of the cloud. Everybody laugh at her. Her cut fell apart. You'd be a hit at parties.
Me?
Yeah, they just laugh at you. Burn, eh? Burn. Is that a good burn or what? You need some burn cream? Psh,
I could actually use some, yes.
No, but you're not getting any, because I don't have any, and even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you.
Ah, well, that's a shame.
You're a shame. You're a disgrace,
I am.
okay? We know.
Don't you have an
Good.
audition to get to?
Yeah, but you're still trying to raise me up. Even I told you many times before, a million times, it's never gonna happen, Eliza.
I'd hate for you to miss the audition by virtue of our
Yeah, me
conversation.
too. But I gotta let you know, you ain't getting nowhere, sister. Or what'd you say, sister?
Yes, we do.
Nerds,
You're catching on.
losers, elbows. Oh, it's never gonna happen. You're never gonna fuck me.
I mean,
okay?
brother, you did call me
You're,
sister.
whether you want to fuck your sister, or your brother, it ain't gonna happen.
Well, here's
sister,
the thing,
sister.
I don't want to fuck anybody.
That's what they all say. Why have you been talking to me for almost 40 minutes then? Crazy, bruh.
I mean, I could just hang up on you. Would that make you happier?
Do it. No balls.
Oh, Normie. Chat, we're so fucking back. We're so fucking back, chat. We've never been more back in our whole lives. Oh, this is gonna be a little tricky. Hold on. It's gonna be a teeny bit tricky, but I think we'll be able to figure it out from here. Okay, I think. Okay, that was full. This will be like I think that's a good spot to be. Yeah. That's good enough. Who do we have to talk to today? Ooh, we do have to go. They do have to go north. Grab those flowers for EJ. We'll grab our motorbike for that. Ooh. I think Eliza should probably reach out to Mr. Danielson. Do we park it here? Well... yeah, we won't park this here until we know for certain. 'Cause I don't think it'll be budget smart. Yeah, I should hold on to... Should hold on to the cash that we currently have. Let's see. Hmm. Brilliant. You know, I don't think we're able to park the limousine somewhere else because we don't own it. I think that's what the tricky thing was. I think that might have been the little mix-up there. We should shoot a text to EJ and Ashton. And we should do a check-in with Aaron, too. I do indeed. Nope. Not what I wanted to do. One second, chat.
Cutlery caddies in the kitchen department.
I know. Usually we're knitting when that happens. We tend to use razor blades for the sacrifice. I probably don't need a time.
Ready to game tomorrow?
Mass construction. Oh, it's not there anymore. Mm.
You were laughing at me. Which I'm fine with. Yeah.
Oh, Keflon, Mr. Danielson.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm quite well. How are you on this day? I hope you can forgive my less than professional garb in this moment. I'm still in recovery from an injury I received.
Oh, are you doing? Are you, like, physically okay?
Physically, each day is a lighter step, certainly. I appreciate you asking, but nothing to currently worry about.
I do want to start and say I apologize because there's been a lot going on with the mayors and everything.
I
And
can
now there's a bunch
barely
of stuff going on
imagine.
these last few days. So, you want to go ahead and come on around?
Oh, well,
I'm
certainly.
I already
Truly
know you'd
no
be a good
umbrage
fit for the
taken.
job, so I appreciate that, honestly. And like I am really sorry. I just one thing comes up after another. Like today, today has been a day alone.
I really can barely imagine. Truly no insult taken at all. I can barely imagine the amount of not only demands levied your way, but also the unfiltered and not considered critiques also thrown your
Yeah,
way. So,
yeah, I got a few of those on the docket.
mm-hmm.
I already know you'll be a good fit for the clerk, so I'm not even gonna go waste your time in the interview process. Um,
Oh,
I think you and the stuff that you push forward in the city is exactly what a clerk should be. Of just being like it's like the first person everybody talks to when they fly in for the first time.
I'll have to
I'll catch
admit
you
that
soon,
is
brother.
precisely what made me
Good one.
inclined towards looking for a position such as this.
Yeah, no, I absolutely am sure that you're completely fit for the job. I'm
That
just
is very
setting up
kind. I appreciate that.
your stuff. Let me give you key.
Eliza W.
Alrighty. If you want to come over to the mug here,
Yes, indeed.
you just kind of dip your finger in the community mug there
Mm-hmm.
around the duty action side of it, and you go over to the county clerk's corner of that, and then sign in. And let me know if that works.
All right. Brilliant.
Perfect. All right, let's step over here. Alrighty, so you should have an MDT now. So whenever you're clocked in, you'll have an MDT on you. Just like how you can pull out your tablet really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
MDT will be right there with you. Real quick, in the top right, what does it say?
Eliza Stellano, clerk.
Okay, perfect. It is updated. All right. So what we'll go through first here, if you go into the report section, I think for you it just shows legislation and clerk documents. But if
Yes,
you
indeed.
if you hit That button at the top right, the little gear, and change the search category to clerk document. Oh, why is
All
okay.
right, brilliant.
So go to clerk information, report 16416.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, as your responsibilities, you will be able to issue weapons licenses, and then I think hunting once Junior gets that changed. I'll have to double check with him, but if that changes, then it'll be put into here. And then below that is the clerk policies. So just when you're signed in, you must be readily available to assist at City Hall if requested.
Mm-hmm.
Just remember, you don't have to stay here all the time. I don't expect you to stay here. You could be wherever you want to be, and it's not even like you have to meet people here, like
Mhm.
unless you're like sitting on the top of Mount Gilead, and it's like a little unreasonable for them to get to you. You could be wherever you want to be. Like if you happen to be up in Polito, somebody's like, "Hey, I'm at City Hall." Like if they're at City Hall, it's better to meet them. But like if they say they're driving around, they meet you anywhere, then you can meet them anywhere.
All right, good to
I'm
know.
not too particular about any of that. The second part, when you're on duty, you must have an add and lemon list and have the word county clerk. So just like that, county clerk, don't change it at all because that's what people search for.
Mm-hmm.
When they first fly in, they'll look for county clerk, and if it's not like that, it'll be harder for them to find you. And then you want to twat that you're on duty on a regular basis. Now, regular basis is kind of just like once an hour at the least, just so that people know that you're around and still like clocked in.
Easily done.
For the pay, you get paid $3,500 an hour while you're clocked in, and you can work any like private sector job. When it comes to government paid jobs, like on the Job Center app, the only ones you can really do while you're on duty is hunting and fishing. And then obviously you could work at jobs that are not paid by the government. But you also must have your ad up and prioritize clerk duties if you are working those jobs.
Of course.
So like a good example is, let's say you just want to go pick up trash bags around the city with your sandy truck. You can still sign in and do that. You just can't start a job. So like you could still go around, pick up trash bags around town and do all that. And then similar to towing as well. Like if you like need to like sign in and move a car or something, you could go sign in, get your tow truck. You just can't run any jobs.
Good to know.
Any questions about the policies before we move on to MDT policies?
Nope, that is very straightforward.
As far as MBT policies, so if you at the top, you hit that little new tab button and you open up a new tab, go ahead and search up your own profile. So the information that is below your profile and like tags and stuff like that, just like it says there, it's strictly for purposes covered under your position as a clerk, and all information within is for government use only. So making sure that you're not like, even if it's funny, right? Let's say your friend has like a what's a weird tag here? Let me see. Because there's funny tags, right? Like there's not all of them are super serious. They're like certified snitch, which is like a semi-serious tag, but not super serious. Like even something like that, you don't disclose that to people. You don't disclose what kind of tags or any notes that they have on their profile, because it's all for government use. So like as you can see, like that's how they put, like when your firearm's stolen, they'll check lemon list phone numbers and put it on your profile and stuff like that. And in general, with your own profile, like you can add stuff to your profile if you want. Just don't mess with information that's there already. Like you can move it, so like you could go and do like this, right, and then add whatever you want there. But just don't delete or edit any of the information here.
Understandable.
And then for that second line, just like I said already, do not edit or delete non-clerk notes, judge, PD, etc. And then do not share whatever is written on profile notes or the tags as well. You may add emergency contacts on profile notes and note when issuing civilian off-duty weapons license for PD, etc. So like basically, if you issue a weapons license to a cop and they're trying to get their civilian weapon license, which it'll explain in the weapons license process, but like going back to your profile, you note like civilian weapons license issued on date by whoever, like by yourself. Profile pictures can be changed upon request. Make sure to confirm physical and digital ID. Do you know how to check for a fake ID?
I am not familiar, I will have to say.
So anybody can have the physical card
Mm-hmm.
and just have that. But the reason why we do the double verification with the digital ID because it's a little harder to fake one of those. And people can get really good fake digital IDs. Like we take a look at mine. So people can get it to look exactly like this with all that information. But what they can't fake is if you go hit those 3 dots and go to signatures, you can't fake the state account signature. Most of the time, if you find a fake ID, it'll be signed by somebody else or they just won't have a signature at all. But
Gotcha.
the
It
state
has
account
to
is
say
how you
state
verify
account.
that it's a, that is how you verify it's a real ID.
Brilliant. Easily done.
And it's also a fun way because you can tell when the person flew in for the first time. Because if you hover over whatever their time is, it'll tell you the exact date and everything. But yeah, checking to make sure that the physical and digital ID add up. And then before taking a new picture, make sure to post a link to the old picture. So like replacing your old one. If people have like the Kappa ones that are broken, you don't have to replace the link because it's just gonna be busted. Yeah, so that one is busted. But if they do have a picture and they ask for like a new picture to be put in, like sometimes people get arrested and then they get their first picture and they want to have like a good looking picture for their profile. Just making sure that you put like in there. So like on your profile, I'll just do a quick example. So you just put something like old PFP and then you'll link it. And you just throw it in like that and then you can replace it to whatever you want to replace it.
Brilliant.
And then as long as you've linked the old one, I mean, obviously if they don't have a picture, then no different. You just put in the picture. But just making sure that their profile pictures are shoulder up with a clear view of the face, no mask. Glasses are fine. So like my glasses, where like you can, as long as you can still see their eyes through it and it doesn't completely block parts of their face, then it's fine. But like your glasses, you would ask them to take it off.
Brilliant. That makes sense.
And then, this doesn't even apply. But just in general, like if people are asking for phone numbers of certain people, if they're not on duty, then don't give out their phone numbers unless they say you can. Me personally, I don't care. Especially if people are interested in being a clerk, just to send them my way. But like it says, if people are interested in contacting a specific county clerk or judge, refer them to the lemon list.
You got it.
Any questions about any of those?
No, not currently. That seems quite straightforward.
Right. What we'll do, and then below, these are out. Super. We will add list here. What time zone do you think you work in regularly?
More NA than anything.
Okay.
I'll bleed into AU sometimes, but truly more NA than anything.
Yeah, I mean, you're not locked into anything specific. If you wake up really early in the morning, you're like, man, I feel like clocking into EU. You feel free.
Easily
I don't
enough.
want to hold you to any shift.
Clerk job! Getting clerked up.
You can see him going back and forth. It's kind of funny.
Phone number here. Feel free to save other clerks' phone numbers because for especially for the weapons license. Oh my god, it's not even linked here. Hold on.
Tweety! Dang. Chat, remember Tweety?
But for the weapons license, running it up with another clerk. So like, let's see. Who's normally around?
God, it's the Blue Moon Lawyer.
What does that mean?
Like
Said
if
you
Finley
only take
Schmidt's
the case once in
around,
a while, I
if
wanna call you
Quentin's
the Blue
around,
Moon
he's another
Lawyer.
good one to run it with.
That's
Helios as
Hmm.
well. Lizzie is another good one. If any of those they've done weapons licenses before, just run it with them at least the first time so you get it, which we'll go over the process in a second here.
Brilliant.
But running it with a clerk that's been around doing it before you go on your own is always good because it's like kind of a particular process.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Alrighty, so if you open up a new tab and go to report 1643.
At 1643, you said yes?
I'm sorry, 16413.
Ah, thank you.
I definitely said 1643, but it's 1613. I mean, 16413. Geez.
Brilliant. All right. Excellent. Weapons license process.
So it's a bit of a long process here, but like once you get it down, it's second nature. It's not too crazy. So when people ask for the weapons license, you must verify the ID. So just like we talked about before, making sure the digital and physical is the same,
Mm-hmm.
and just like it says here, making sure it's from the state account, judge or justice, and not a forgery. And then check out their profile for felonies or notes that might qualify them. But you check the ID, make sure they've been in the city for more than 7 days. So just like I said, checking the time they've been around, because we can't get we're not giving weapons license to people within the first 7 days of them being in the city.
Mm-hmm.
And then yeah, you'll just say, hey, come back after like a week, and then you'll be able to pick up the weapons license. We don't want to tell them the exact 7 days because then they're gonna be here on the 7th day.
Of course.
If they have any felonies, violent or otherwise, they cannot be granted a license. Check their license logs. So, going to your profile again, if you go to like the bottom left where the licenses are, if you go view the logs, you can see if people have had their weapons license or any other license removed. And then when it has been removed, it'll say like there'll be a reason. So when people lose their weapons licenses or any license, it'll always have a reason for it.
Good to know.
Only notes by a judge, I should say, or are to be used in consideration in granting a license. So it's just judicial notes. So like if it says like, oh, they can't have a license for like 20 days after this date, like by a court decision or whatever the case may be, whatever judicial reason that they have for it. If it's signed off by like a judge or a justice saying that they can't have it for so long and it's within that time, then you would deny them for that.
Mm-hmm.
The county clerk granting the license ultimately has the final discretion if the above terms have not been met. So you obviously don't want to just hand it out to somebody who seems like they're violent. Now you don't need to do like a full profiling of their personality, but just like if they're coming here and they're like, "Hey, I'm gonna go shoot somebody in a second. I need a gun license." It's like, well, come back in a couple days.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and cool off first before we start doing this. It's kind of like in other states where they're like, "Oh, you have like you can come pick up your gun in like 7 days or something."
Ah. Mm-hmm. That
Like
makes
if
sense.
and they have to say something in front of you. Just, like I wouldn't do it off of like, oh, it feels like they're gonna kill somebody. It's like if they're saying stuff or acting like they're gonna be violent immediately with the gun, then
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna come back in a couple days. And then test their knowledge on stand your ground. So in here is just stand your ground. So you'll ask them if in their own words, what is stand your ground? Making sure that they're not, because this is the verbatim. This is exactly what it says.
Mm-hmm.
So making sure that they're not just going to rattle it off to you. So if you say, oh, in your own words, what is stand your ground? And they're like, a person can use force to defend themselves or associates in their vicinity when they actually, like,
Mm-hmm.
no. You need to understand, like, they have to understand what it means. So putting it into their own words. So the major 3 points that I always say for people when, for clerks that are getting onboarded is that they understand that they can use force. They need to take reasonable steps not to use force. And then if they do use force, then they contact the authority.
Mm-hmm.
As long as they hit those 3 points, no matter how long they're yapping for, then that's exactly what you want to hear. As long as they hit those.
You got it.
And then you test their knowledge on criminally negligent ownership of a firearm. So again, it's the same thing. You don't want it. You don't. If it's verbatim, you need to tell them that it needs to be in their own words. So if they start, like I said, if they start rattling it off and say any person who holds a civilian weapons license and has used their firearm, like no one will say it like that in the room. But yeah, just saying it in their own words so that they understand that they need to be reporting their weapon stolen if their weapon is ever stolen to the police. That is kind of over under on weapons license. Criminally negligent ownership.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said before, the respondent's answers cannot be verbatim, and then it is ultimately your discretion whether the answers given are sufficient. If they don't pass the knowledge test, inform them they should study and try again in 24 hours. And if you feel like they might try to circumvent you, just put a note on their profile saying that they need to wait 24 hours. So wait, just put a date. So can retake weapons license test on this date, and then sign it, clerk Eliza. Moving down to number 5. So you inform them of the responsibilities that they have as a registered weapon owner. So like it says, if the weapon has been used or discharged, you must contact 911 or remain on scene if safe until told otherwise by an officer. License holders should keep a record of their weapon serial number, and then I recommend using the phone document, because even if someone steals your phone, the phone documents are in the cloud. So if you get a new phone, it'll be right there for you waiting.
Mm-hmm.
If weapons become lost or stolen, they must contact 911 and provide serial numbers of their lost weapons, and they must follow up if requested. Serial number is not required, but that's how you get your gun back. And if you don't feel like buying a second gun, that's a good thing to let people know. Like if they give their serial number, they're likely to get their gun back.
Mm-hmm.
But what is required is the follow-up. So if they just call 911 and then officers are like, okay, come down to MRPD, and we'll complete the report, and they don't do that, they can be charged with criminally negligent ownership of a firearm. but sometimes like they don't respond. And what I would recommend to people, especially if they seem really new, is when they 911 to document them 911 so that officers can't say that they didn't do it. Like, oh, well, we found your gun and you never contacted us. Like, well, I did, but you guys don't respond. Otherwise, the weapons owner may be held legally liable for any crimes committed with the lost or stolen weapon. And then for number 6, you have to read this verbatim because it's like the way that it's written is exactly as it needs to be said. So your weapons license covers you and the weapons you purchase yourself legally and ammunition. Any firearm, excluding hunting rifles, outside of that is illegal and will result in charges and the potential removal of this license. And then you'll bill them $25K. So we'll go through that and give you a little test to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're gonna do, if you get out of your MDT, and then you'll think about bill, and then state ID. So for your sake, for the test, just do 14913 14913, and then do the 25K. So 25 000.
All right, perfect. So confirming again, 14913 for 25,000.
Yep.
Brilliant. All right, sending that your way.
And then you see you get commission from billing people. That's like the extra way to get paid. Now let's say you did an oopsie and you're like, oh no, I sent to the wrong person.
Mm-hmm.
What you can do is if you rethink that thought, but instead of bill, just put unbill, and then do that, it'll undo the bill. So it'll send them the money back, and then it only takes your commission back from you. It doesn't cost you to do it.
Gotcha. So it zeroes it out essentially.
Yeah. But yeah, that's how you bill in general. If there's hunting and fishing licenses, then that'll be how you bill people. But for now, just weapons license is the only reason you'd be billing people.
All right, easily enough.
So then number 8, you issue the license via their profile. If they have no profile, so going back to that profiles tab you have at the top, if you go back, you'll see at the top right, it says create profile.
Mm-hmm.
So
Easy.
as a clerk, you will never, ever, be creating a profile without a picture. So you'll put the ID, the name. If you need to take that, go ahead.
Oh, I do not. Sorry.
No, you're good. I know stuff comes up. Trust me, if anybody understands me. We are almost done. Not too much more to go over.
It's quite all right. I appreciate you taking the time as you have thus far.
Nah, but no problem at all.
All right, so always create a profile with a profile picture.
Yes. So, do you have something like that set up on your phone where you could just take pictures of
Yes,
certain
I
areas?
do.
Okay. Good. So, when you make someone's profile and you'll get their name, the best thing to do is to just ask them for their digital ID, because then you could just straight up copy paste their name exactly how it is. So that makes it easier for them to be searched up and found. And then you put your state ID.
Brilliant.
And then you can throw in the picture and you'll hit create. Now, there's certain times where when you hit create, it won't let you. It'll just stop you. That means that somebody else, there's already a profile with a state ID. So all you have to do is exit out and then search up state ID or the name. You'll be able to find it that way. No, that's like the only reason why it would come up and say that, like, it'll, like, basically you'll hit create and nothing will happen. But if you make a new profile, you hit create and then it'll come up. Like, it'll open up the profile just like when you have your own profile open. And then, so for the sake of example, go ahead and search up my profile. So 14913. On the right where it has licenses, go ahead and remove my. You can actually remove my fishing license.
All right, your
So when you
fishing
hit the little X
license.
on it, and then
Alright.
it brings up a thing asking for a reason. You could
Mhm.
just say testing, and then just hit create, and then it'll put it through. So that's what it means in the light when I say the license log. If you open up my license log, you'll see
Uh-huh.
like when people get their stuff removed, it'll say like the reason. And then so let's say they're getting the weapons license, just like on my profile, I already have a weapons license, but you'll just re-add the fishing license. So when you hit the plus sign, it'll bring up all the licenses, and then you'll just click on the one that they're getting, which would be the weapons.
Mm-hmm.
But in my case, we're doing the fishing, and you just add it back, and it instantly adds. And
Easily
you can
enough.
even check in the license log, and it'll
You know what you
say
did. You know
that
what you did.
you
I
granted
don't.
a fishing license.
You.
And then when you grant weapons licenses, mine doesn't even have it anymore. Someone actually removed. Who gave me my weapons? She didn't even put it in there. All right. But basically, you put a note, just like it says in that report. Oh, it doesn't say that. Oh, it's supposed to have the thing in here. Hold on, I'll have to add it. But basically, you're just putting weapons license issued on date by clerk Eliza.
Mm-hmm.
Just so that there's a note on the profile to say that you issued it and what day you issued it on. So that a quick reference, if anybody wants to look at it and see when it happened, it'll be there.
And I suppose for standardization, are we going with like ISO date listing, or is it as long as it's legible as a timestamp?
As long as it's legible as a timestamp. So like, how I do it, because I'm American, so I don't do it ISO.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's July 8th, I will do 0708 in 2025. It's basically it's a little bit of an unfortunate guessing game, but
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
because there's people who do it way differently. Like if you look at just my profile, like the people who have done they have it kind of standardized, to be fair. But like when you go into my bar license, and then it's done the American way, and then it's ISO,
Mm-hmm.
like all over the place. But yeah, that's the pricing for the weapons license. And even if there's no clerks around and there's judges, any judge or magistrate that can run it with you is perfect.
Oh, brilliant.
Just somebody else to just be there to help you through it in case you need help, and then if you feel comfortable, then you can just run it on your own. That is the only thing I ask.
Excellent. Easy enough.
Other than that, that's pretty much it. When it comes to like conduct standards, I don't care as long as you're not calling for people's death. Please don't call for people to die as a clerk.
Oh.
Please.
Mm.
Don't like. I don't care if you say PD is stupid and a bunch of morons. I don't care. That's your opinion. You're a private citizen at the end of the day. You might be clocked in as a clerk, but you're allowed to have your opinions of whoever you want to have your opinions of. And if they have a problem, they can bring it to me, and I'll probably just tell them that I talked to you. But try not to start fights between our department and anybody else's. But I mean, as a clerk, it's not really something you have to worry about all that much.
Most certainly.
But that is pretty much it. Like I said, I don't care how much you're clocked in. I mean, even if you wake up, you clock in, you go take care of your stuff you need to take care of. As long as you're in the lemon list when you're clocked in, I don't care. I truly don't. As long as you're the resource available for people to be able to contact. Because a lot of the times as a clerk, you'll get, like I said, people that are new to the city, and they'll be like, hey, where's this? And like, ideally, like that's why when we hire clerks, I always want to hire people that are willing to take that step and be like, oh, well, like this is over here and this is what you can do. Because you'll get a lot of like the I don't know what I'm doing questions that people really need the help.
It seems to fall in line with some of the work I've been doing already, so it'll
That's why I didn't even have to think about it.
it'll be an easy transition to some degree.
Any questions for me?
You have been exceedingly thorough, which I deeply appreciate.
And
I
if
guess
any questions arise,
scraps.
please
That's
reach out.
that's the
Oh
only
yeah,
lingering
scraps.
question there.
I would talk to Junior,
Brilliant.
but I need to add this report. Dang it! Hold on.
Because if I understand
'Cause there is
correctly, there's
also the
another
food court
process
stuff as well.
doing with that. Oh, food court, that's right.
I'm gonna put it as a reference report in the, and you should be able to bookmark the clerk information report.
I have indeed.
I'm just gonna get those referenced before I forget. But yeah, I would speak with Junior or someone from his cabinet and be like, hey, I just want to get into scraps, or any clerk. I'm pretty sure almost all the clerks have done it, so any clerk can help you get started on that. But just going through those, like the scraps guidelines, Junior has the prices updated, I believe, in here,
Oh, perfect.
and it has the general guidelines as well, like what size they need to be, then it must be square, what links they can use and can't use, what is allowed and isn't allowed. So what I will say for scraps is the entire point of scraps is it's just kind of like a point of import. So it's not really like Eliza is stamping off on a jet engine. You know, it's just kind of, you're making sure that the image works and that it won't break, and then no drugs. That is the only exception.
I've heard that there has been a dearth of or a menagerie of crack pipes people have been trying to import in recently. I've heard that from a couple of clerks, and I found that quite amusing.
If you see stuff like that, or if you're unsure about something when you go up there to approve stuff for scraps, let someone else do it. But if it's something that's not if it's like a drug or like a weapon, like it's like not like a replica firearm, it's literally just an AK-40, like it just says real AK-47, just decline it. But if you have a if you're unsure about it, definitely contacting, like, I know judges, some of them, not all of them do it, but like Roman's pretty familiar, Ava's pretty familiar.
Perfect.
Other clerks as well are very familiar with it. So with stuff like that, if you have questions, reach out. But if you're unsure but you don't think it should be denied, just leave it and someone else can grab it. But don't think like let's say, maybe there's like an organization that has a calling card, and that's the only way for it to be in the city, but it's just kind of a point of import, right?
I understand
It's not going to come back
what
to
you are
you.
saying.
Yeah, it's not going to be like, oh, Eliza did this and she's a part of it. It's just like, it's all to enable people. If you catch my.
I very much do. I understand what you are saying.
But yeah, just making sure that the links are workable. So like, if it's a Kappa link that's not working, then strike it down. But usually Vigame or like other offshoot like image hosting sites usually work. You'll just, the way you'll test it, you just throw it in your own like browser on your MDT here, and just, or on your phone, and just check it, make sure it works. No items containing images or names associated with copywritten brands, businesses from the outside the state of the San Andreas are permitted. So like, if somebody wants SpongeBob as a little toy, they can't have SpongeBob.
Of course.
But they could have Spenge Boy, which is like something that some like not AI generated that someone has created, that's similar but not exactly it. So like when you're vetting items, taking the image and putting it through like a reverse image search to make sure it's not tied to any sort of copyrights is a must.
Okay.
And making sure that like none of that is there, because those like copyrighted stuff is a hard no. Like if you look something up and it comes up under like anything, like even if it's like, oh, it's on Sandra's Facebook and it's like a teddy bear, like it's just still a no. But I will say, from experience, I have had like a couple items where it comes up, but it's something that's related to the city. That's fine. Just not like copyrighted or an IP or anything like that.
Brilliant. I feel as though I have made not a significant amount, but a decent number of mistakes in that realm where I at least know what to keep an eye out for now.
Yeah, no, you're all good. Yeah, so no items that would be so explicit that they'd be in breach of TOS. Like people can't get it. You know, you don't want to push the boundaries of what is and isn't allowed. Like a straight up like, I would probably say no to like most sex toys unless it's like something like a whip or a harness or handcuffs, whatever. But if it gets like crazy stuff, it's kind of just like, no, let's not do that.
Yeah, if it can
You
be
just don't wanna push
joked
the
about on
boundary.
network TV, or if Weasel News is willing to air it at 6 p.m., it's fine.
Exactly.
Easily enough.
And then just like the last line, just the patron is discouraged from using blatant AI art, are encouraged to seek out local artists and help them with the designs of their items. And just like here, you can do like the reverse Google search, or Thin Eye is another good one as well, to see if it comes up under any sort of copyright or anything like that. And then below has the prices for each item. So like toys and trinkets, gifts, and stationary stuff, $400. Electronics, collectibles, figurines, health and beauty, sports and outdoors, like 500. And then luxury items, automotive, and jewelry stuff is 600 per item. Just remember when you're going up there, people should be submitting it as one, because there's like, I'm sure you guys are familiar, there's the rebuy you can do.
Yes,
and
indeed.
if you punch it in as like, let's say I get 5 phones, or let's just, for the sake of me not having to do math, 4 phones or 2 phones. So that's $1,000, and if you put that in as $1,000, then if I go to rebuy it, it'll be $1,000 per phone. So just like, even if they do like a bunch, like if it's like 10, just decline it. And if you can reach out to the person, that's even better, and just say, hey, just submit one so that you can rebuy these afterwards.
Brilliant. I think the way that the process is set up now, it doesn't give you an invoice amount to fill out. It is
good.
just the singular order.
Okay, good. I wasn't sure about that, and I knew when it first changed, it had the number still. So, but that's perfect. But yeah, those are the new prices per legislation that Junior has put up for it, because at the end of the day, his mayor's office does have jurisdiction over scrap.
Oh, good to know.
So the prices that they set for stuff is the prices that it is. And if that changes, it'll be here. I always make sure that he puts it in here if it changes, but I think it's legislated, so I don't think that's going to change from there.
All right, excellent. One final question I have. I really appreciate you taking the time here, because I can only imagine how much your phone is blowing up.
No, it's fine.
I guess this is more of a rumor. I have heard that there's a potential for the county clerks to be split between Los Santos and Blaine County. Is that a thing that's going to be happening? And if
Well,
so,
if so,
Oh, if so, I suppose that would be something that I would end up checking in with either yourself or someone else in regards to where I would be positioned in regards to that.
So right now, it's just there's some Blaine County clerks, um, but like they're members of his cabinet. Well, I think he has like one or two people that are like just Blaine County clerk.
Ah, gotcha.
But no, it's not gonna split. But you would be if it did split, like if they legislated it, unless they say that we're not allowed to have clerks anymore, which they wouldn't be able to. But you're a DOJ clerk, so you're over the state.
Gotcha. Thank you so much. I appreciate the clarification.
Yeah, of course. And then just to cap that off, just like it says at the bottom, any item that is submitted that doesn't fall directly into one of these categories, try to price it fairly as you see fit. Prices are also subject to change to adjust to the current economy.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if it's something that doesn't quite fit in any of these, just price it what you think is fair per item. Think about what it is logistically, and then price it as such.
Brilliant. Easily enough.
And then food stuff is the same, but the computer for it is right here.
Ah.
There's nothing submitted right now, but not to say that we can't go over that.
And of course,
And
these are all submitted through the office at Senior Buns, correct?
yes. So people will call you about that and say, "Oh, I submitted a food item earlier. I was wondering if I got approved." If the computer looks like this, that means it's either been approved or denied. So if you go into the MDT and report 16411, that actually has a log of stuff that's been approved or denied.
All right, brilliant.
And it gives you like the template and everything for it. Obviously guidelines, which are similar to the other ones, pretty much the same. Like no lazy parody, no illegal items, and note the difference. So to say again, note the difference. The other one says no drugs.
Mm-hmm.
This one says no illegal items. Note that when you're doing scrap stuff.
Excellent.
No items containing images or names. Same stuff. But then there's a format for doing it, which you could just straight up copy and paste it, and then just edit out the stuff that doesn't apply or does apply. So just like Jack has done here, put the date, what time, and whatever your own time zone is, and then your name, and then anything you've approved or denied. She did a banner, Hell's Diner banner, with the banner in quotations. Like if it's a banner, I always put the banner in quotations so that we know that it's a banner and not a food item. Because sometimes people will name it like it'll be waffle fries and it's a banner with waffle fries on it, so you won't know. And then you just put the state ID of the person because it'll say like their state ID. And then if you approved it, you put approved. If you denied it, denied. And then put the reason for the denial. But you scroll down a bit to July 16th. Ilios did that. Like denied by request of some. Whatever the reason may be for the denial. But yeah, that's pretty much it. It's all very much straightforward. Any questions about that? I know we just kind of glanced over it, but it's really straightforward.
Especially with the establishment of the scraps conversation, this is definitely very straightforward.
Yeah. But yeah, unless you have any questions, you're pretty much set to go.
Excellent. I very much appreciate you taking the time, and I'll do my best to make sure that I am a good representative and a good assistant to, you know, the people who are looking for help.
I don't doubt you will.
I appreciate
But yeah,
that. Well, I gotta update my lemon list, it looks like.
Yeah, you're all good. And then
Mm.
if any questions do arise or you run into anything that's like a particular issue, you feel free to reach out to me, or if it's on the spot, most judges and magistrates can help out with that, or justices. Or if it's something more scraps related, you can go to like Junior or someone in his cabinet.
All right, excellent. Canon will do. Well, with that said, I shall take my leave. I thank you kindly.
No problem. You take it easy.
All right, you
Have
take
fun.
care.
Hey, chat, we did it! Yippee! All right. Eliza's gonna have to respond to Walter. I don't know why whenever quotation marks grandpa calls, immediately in my head, I just have like Mike Ehrmantraut popping up. And I'm actually really glad that Sean brought up the dubious company business card thing, because that was gonna be a question I was gonna ask OOC. That was gonna be something where I'm like, hey, listen. I think in regards to that, RP, since the character is facilitating, we won't consider any items that are submitted through scraps as part of Eliza's investigation, right? Like this is something where we are going to have to exercise as a role player, right? As role players, as improvisers. I don't know why I'm saying we, it's me. Me as a role player, as an improviser, am going to have to exercise a little bit of separation, right? In regards to, like, if Eliza sees something specifically in the MDT, or if something pops up in a report, depending on the context that Eliza learns about it, it might simply be a case of, you know, see something, say nothing, right? Now, anything that is publicly available to other people to look up, like properties, right? For example, that I think Eliza can still reasonably do a decent amount of, like, tracking and research on. I think that is reasonable and feasible, given her position. But yeah, anything that's in people's personal profiles, we'll have to tread really carefully with. Anything that's submitted through scraps, we'll quite literally have to, you know, plug our ears, close our eyes, go la 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 la, pretend we don't see it. Alright, perfect. I'll have to step away very briefly to take care of something. Sorry, that tree looked like something else for a second, and it kind of tripped me out a little. Okay, perfect. So, Eliza is gainfully employed. So that's one less thing for her to worry about. by the state of San Andreas. So, in regards to the, you know, mayor versus serial killer journey, I think we're back at the center point for everything. Okay, perfect. Eliza's going to take a very quick break. And we'll redo our lemon list thing. And we'll catch up with the phone calls and whatnot that we missed. I'll have a chat with Akari and others. We're not gonna have Eliza sit in the sauna. Actually, we'll keep that open, but we'll lock this. I don't know, I was kind of... Okay, so I did end up watching the scene that DC sent from it. And I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of fucked up, but I was inspired by having something that you can see through clearly. Like, imagine if, like, Eliza gets her shit wrecked again, and that door is locked, and her, you know, she's just passed out in here, and people have, like, no way to get to her. How messed up would that be? Very! Okay, chat, I'm gonna be right back. Alright. Thank you so much for your patience, everybody. Just had to take care of some IRL stuff real quick. Whew! How's it going, cowpokes? We vibing, we thriving, we skanking. Beep bop boop. Raul! Okay, Akari. XYZ. Okay, let's redo our thing. Okay. Because I think that's kind of how it ends up posting anyways. Fast laps! You did get third. Yes, you did. Alright, I think... Copy that. EJ! Is EA around? Alright, this we're gonna delete. Alright. Lifer outreach. It's kind of how it's gonna show up, isn't it? We'll see what that looks like. Do we keep spiritual advisor in there? Or do we yeet it? It's almost good. Can we switch out? Because I think the shorter we have it, the better. If we can get this to a nice and neat 3. Hello and Kithlam, EJ.
Kithlam, sister, how's it going?
I'm quite
Woke up
well on
late
this day. How are you on this day?
Good. I feel very much well rested. I hope you feel the same.
You know, actually quite well rested indeed.
I now have a county clerk position.
Ooh, wait, really?
Yes, I do.
Damn, who did you get it from?
I interviewed with Sean Danielson.
That's
It took
real
a while,
nice.
but it finally got it through. So
Okay, that's real nice. I've been asking Jordan for a while, but maybe I should just go talk to Sean. But, like, I
that's
don't
what I
know.
recommend. Reach out to him.
Yeah. I should. Are you at the center?
I am indeed. I'm in the gold room.
Okay, I want to take a peek, sees.
Currently at meditating and updating my lemon list ad.
Ooh, okay.
Trying to make it look nice and svelte, I suppose.
I see. Trying to think of what I should do today. I think DC was around, so I'm gonna go talk to him.
Perfect! Oh, excellent. I should probably also
that was
give
like-
him a call to give him his booklet.
No, that was like 2 hours ago, though.
Ah.
And then I guess I want to talk to some DOC about if they have a library or anything there. And then I guess, have you checked up on Octo and Chance by chance? Get that? Okay, anyways.
Not recently, no. I was going to do so after I got the report for the results of the drug test I did with Dr. Stacy. But I know she had to rush quite a bit to get to an emergency surgery, so I wasn't able to test her for HIT last night quite easily.
I see. I was surprised you were around so late last night.
Honestly, I was too,
yeah.
but I think it's one of those things where I was on a roll and I didn't want it to... Honestly, with all of our cooking and all of our plans, I didn't want to have it end up like last time where it ended up being a month and a half before anything got renovated, which is less a commentary on you and more a commentary on me and my inability to make decisions quickly.
Honestly, I could put like a lot of work on there, you know? And also Raul's around too.
I saw a text from him, yes indeed.
Yeah,
he's on my list
asking-
of people to catch up with.
Yeah, maybe we should do that together. Because he's Diego's friend person.
Oh, that's right. Yes, we can easily do that. I think other than a couple of things I'm gonna grab from you, Tool, because I have to go up to Scraps anyways. The only things we really need, I think, are window inserts, and I'm trying to recall where to get those from.
Those are... Oh, I think you had to go to the hub for that.
Easily enough.
Yeah.
I'm currently debating between frosted glass or something else for this room, but...
Ooh. This is really interesting, honestly.
Yeah, because I originally had, in the blueprints, I have frosted glass and orange glass I was playing around with. But I didn't want to detract it too much from the energy of the room.
Yeah. And I might work on the little disparage room. I feel like I'm like just to like complete it, you know, just
of course.
Yeah, and like, you know, add a little desk and like a little
and
bucket
we also
somewhere.
have a lot more space. So...
Oh yeah. Oh, besides in the office where I have to like probably put something down over here and I mean my desk looks pretty good. I don't think I need to add anything else.
I made an effort to install a fireplace and immediately regretted everything and put the shelf and all of the books back.
Wait, what happened?
I just hated it.
I mean, if you hate it, you hate it, you know? Fuck it.
If you wanted to take a whack at it, be my guest.
I might, but I think I might... I might, but I might hate it and just immediately, yeah. Because it's a good place. I might add more storage so we can make an order for the furniture hub.
Brilliant, yeah. Honestly,
I might do that first.
Perfect.
So you could order the window inserts and then I could or maybe we should talk to Raul for. Oh, I don't know. I'll get to it.
Yeah, we'll do
Yes,
the.
okay.
They'll probably take some time to make it, so probably
No.
furniture hub Raul and then whatever errands.
Yeah, let me add the.
I'm trying
I'm
to
gonna
think
start-
if there's anything else. I think I can
Oh.
utilize what we already have to some degree to actually finally address the upper level of the security room.
Yeah, I think I have. Yeah, because the bottom level. Yeah, I need. I think I need to add the storage in the library and just drag it all the way down. Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, I might do that first. I
Could also just
yeah.
get another crate, another storage crate, and put that in the upper level of the security room. Like that could be. We could legitimately just make it look like a storage closet.
Oh, here I see. Actually, yeah. Do we still want the lie detector test?
I'm not gonna lie, I like it, but I'm trying to think of where to put it.
We could put it in the actual bunker because I like the storage area.
Mm-hmm.
Just randomly, just with the other shit. I don't know.
I like that too. Honestly, I could even just put it under my desk and then pull it out whenever.
We could. I mean, shit, yeah.
We'll play around with it. So,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I really like what I did with the golden room. The more I look at it,
Yeah, I like it a lot.
I'll leave it up to you if you have any opinions on how to zhuzh it up or change it.
Should we push the windows a little bit towards the tree more so we get more? I mean, not really. I don't know.
It's tricky because at that point it makes it
Too crowded.
difficult to see. Yeah, that's the.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
It's a weird balance to strike. We could play around with the spacing a little bit more, but I figured especially if it's going to be a a confessional, sort of that idea of like, oh wow, I'm separated by
Maybe we could put like a stand. If we ever have a book, we could put it in here. Some pillows, some rocks, candles, curtains. I don't know. Ideas. Like make it very like. Oh. Do we do sermons in here?
We could do that.
My God, do we need like traditional robes? I don't know. Anyways, I just woke up.
There are Epsilon robes.
Oh yeah, the one that I saw Kenny Cushman wear one time.
Yeah, they're the blue robes. You know they used to cost $25,000.
Oh my gosh, I kind of look really dumb in them. They don't
they're
suit
really
me.
they're made out of terry cloth, so
Oh, I see.
That's the journey there.
Oh wait, where would we do the confessionals? Like confessions?
Oh, quite literally, if someone is coming in, they could just
sit on the
just
tree and,
stand
like,
here, right? If they're separated by the the door is locked, right? Depending on what kind of glass we use, we could either just have them do it through the door or.
Let me hang up so I can get the full idea. Something like that. Yeah.
Arise, sister.
Okay, thank you. It kind of looks really nice in here. It's like, it's so out of place, but I like that. Like, compared to other rooms where it's like very blue, but it's just gold, I like that.
I played around with the lighting a little bit so that when you are facing the tree of Kiflam, you can really feel your face being basked in the light. And when you face away, you feel shrouded in darkness, lost.
It's super warm. I love it. Nah. I'll play with it today. Let me
Perfect.
Look at the storage for the upstairs of the secret room.
Brilliant. Yeah, I'll have to play around with that a little bit. I also put I put another big storage chest in the bunker downstairs.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. That actually would be nice too. Okay.
And then a couple of small things I need to add. I did another half invisible Epsilon logo on the wall in the sauna that I'll have to add here. The only things missing from this are
frosted glass on that, so it looks like a heating vent.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, how do we feel about this?
I really like it a lot. Would it be okay if I like close off? Besides, you can see the back of it. Just close off like it's like
100%.
Yeah, and yeah, I think it'd be nice. This is really nice.
I'm glad you like it. Trying to think if
Yeah.
it needs anything else, but maybe
Hey, what's else in a steaming room?
maybe other
We just need
maybe other
older men in
lighting,
here.
maybe, but
Oh yeah, candles? I don't know. Maybe more rocks, like little rocks.
More
to see
rocks?
fast. Yeah.
Easy
see.
enough. That'll be very easy to
Ooh,
grab.
Maybe one of those lights over here, or no? This is like nice vibe over here though. It is a nice vibe. Yeah.
Yeah, there's other area lights that we can play around with 100%.
Yeah. And maybe we could add trying to think, like maybe like I like how this hallway's really clean, but we got like a little shoe rug over here too.
I was looking at different bath mats and towels, and I very much agree.
Yeah. I can add those too and whatnot.
Ah, perfect.
Yeah. Maybe all rooms need a like shoe rug area. Even the gold room.
The gold room?
Yeah. Let me call Raul over here. Is that fine?
Oh, perfect. Yes, indeed. Thank you so much. Also, I have some food. It's getting a little stale, but you're more than welcome to some if you're feeling peckish at all.
Oh, it's okay. Wilka got me some. Aw, yeah. Okay, let me call Raul real quick.
Perfect. Okay, we'll reach out to Akari.
How's it going? I'm doing pretty good. Want to stop on by at the Kid Comp Center? Yeah. Oh, I see you there. Okay. Bye. And since we're kind of moving away from the soup kitchens, do we still? I don't want to touch this area.
I like it too. We can always use it for other events.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not even gonna look at it upstairs first. I'm being too ambitious.
This honestly, I like this setup. We can always adjust it so that we can maybe remove a couple of the tables if we wanted, but
yeah, I think it's good.
I really like what Sooty did here, I'll be honest.
Yeah. I wish we used this space more often. I don't know how though.
Yeah, I think that'll be the interesting thing to play around with and explore. The last time I gave a tour to someone, they ended up freestyling on the mic. So there's that.
Who?
A gentleman named Mazza and A-Star. They're apparently the ones that put out the fire that Mike Saff found a couple of months ago. Quite curious indeed. Quite curious indeed. Oh. Also, Normie called me earlier, and it doesn't seem like he's behind anything, so...
That's not even me.
Oh, he's one of the, I guess, one of the old burger shot guys that worked with Diego and Raul.
Oh.
And other people. And he periodically calls me to threaten me because I'm a Dark Empress and my evil reign will fall.
That's kind of hot.
Yeah, I don't know what his deal is.
I don't know.
I tried telling him that I was married, and then he said, "Stop flirting with me. Stop trying to rizz me up." And I'm like, "No, you're the one that's calling me. I'm the one that's married."
If Dart ever finds out, oh my gosh, I'll pay money to see it.
I kind of want to stir.
Yeah, I do that. Where's Raul?
I'm on my toxic wife arc.
It's not even toxic. It's communication, Eliza. You never admit that you're toxic, okay? I stir too much of Wilka. I feel he has a patient of a saint, okay?
Ba-bam. Raul! A month ago? Damn. Just one of them days.
Lady on him.
Excellent. I'm trying to think of what else we might need. If anything, more high-quality sideboards might be what you're looking for storage.
Maybe, but I feel like. Actually, did you put storage in the bunker?
Yes, I did.
Let me see.
It's, I replaced, one of the, I suppose food storage units with it. Just for the sake of saving space a bit more.
Oh, I see.
Currently, I
This would
just
be
have a
good.
bunch of knives in there.
Okay.
Because I didn't know where else to put them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we
Yeah,
could
oh.
always get another crate, and I can either move one of these shelves or get
I
rid
like
of
the-
this,
I like
this
the
clothing
aesthetic of
rack
the.
here.
I like the aesthetic of the bunker, though.
Mm.
Yeah. Fuck. We might have to Harry Potter the. I mean, use the
Oh,
Harry
yeah.
Potter room.
Easily enough. Yeah, we can always move the dog bed in here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Perfect.
Also.
Or we could put the dog bed on top while multitasking.
On top, where?
If we get a storage crate, or if you do end up getting
Oh.
a shelf, I suppose it depends on what you end up, jiving with more. Actually, I'm
Mhm.
trying to think of what has the best storage capacity. I think Audra might be
Yeah.
someone that has the
Mhm.
expertise on
idea.
that.
Yeah. I'm gonna call Audra.
The breakup and birthday flowers have been
Ooh.
approved, so I will pick those up after this.
Okay, okay. Also, I had something. Oh, wait, when's the meeting gonna be for the members?
So I have a bunch of ratty old books I have to throw away.
I
That
see.
magazine little caddy over there, you
Oh
can
my
put
gosh.
books in. It's you can't really put a lot in there, but
Shit, we're about to, yeah, decked out.
Brilliant.
But when are we gonna have like the meeting for the members? Tomorrow or Friday?
I'm thinking Friday. What are you more inspired by?
Friday sounds good.
Perfect. What time do you prefer? I know we kind of bounce around a little bit depending.
Anytime, honestly.
Perfect. It kind
Like
of
a time
seems
where
like
Ashton could go to. Yeah.
Perfect. I can
And we got DC too.
Yes, indeed. Oh, perfect.
Yeah, and let me bring in Raul.
Hear the Lord's voice, and then you realize that the devil's been talking to you. Yeah, I really like how that turned out.
Hey.
Ah,
how's it going?
Helen Kiflam.
Hey, Kiflam. Good to
It's
see you.
wonderful to see you, Raul. Are you hungry or thirsty at
Yeah.
all?
Not at all. I just been eating something.
Of course.
So yeah, I've been catching up with Tiny, like what happened in those days, and oh my,
Yeah.
Yeah.
like I lied to myself for like basically 1 hour
Oh, in what way?
because I didn't want to believe. Like like Diego, he could never, but then oh my god. Like she kind of explained to me what happened, and it, I still don't believe that. But
Mm.
now that I see you, I feel worse.
No, I very much understand, Raul. It definitely, it,
It's
a lot of,
difficult.
yeah, it's very difficult. I know
Hmm.
myself, it still feels like I'm processing what exactly happened.
Like, I like to think Diego and I were good friends, and I still can't believe he did all that. And I was the one hearing all the
Yeah.
ruckus and seeing him like that. It's difficult.
I mean, I've been knowing him for years, and okay, we know he did some fucked up shit in the past, but this is something else now. I don't think he ever reached this limit.
I know with, I can only give my perspective, my experience as to what happened, but if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
Yeah, guys, like, I mean, I was just with Signy, and like, she, I mean, she didn't tell me much, but
Mm.
just about the aggression and I don't know the other stuff like that. But I don't know, like, how it happened, why it happened, and
Mm.
So, you know why it happened?
no.
Hmm.
I have been having some tough conversations with a couple of the members who have been around. EJ, Ashton, and some of the volunteers, just in regards to how things have been going with the nonprofit. And I'll be the first to recognize that we've been struggling a little bit to some degree. We've hit a little bit of a slug, or a slog, I think is a better word. Which will
Mhm.
naturally happen sometimes,
Yeah.
especially during the
I mean,
summer
it's
months
normal.
and people are
Yeah.
traveling. Exactly. And I've been expressing my frustrations in regards to like delegating and sharing the workload on things. And also the amount of interpersonal conflicts that have been going on that have ultimately been distracting from what we, in my opinion, should be working on. Not to get into the paltry details on that. So I had called Diego up to basically have the same conversation.
All right.
Expressing my frustrations about how things are going. You know, checking in and seeing if he was still interested in being, you know, a board member or even working with Nu Epsilon. Simply as a nonprofit. And it led into us getting into an argument, which I am not going to sit here and paint myself as some sort of saint, because I definitely, I got heated. We both got heated. We were disagreeing on some things, and I was pushing back on some of the things he was saying. He was pushing back on what I was saying, which will happen, right? arguments, disagreements can lead to further understanding and can even lead to uncovering solutions that we didn't recognize before. But the discussion took a sharp turn where I asserted that and I think this is where the conversation took a sharp turn. I asserted that I have every right to dictate how things operate in New Epsilon because I'm the founder, I'm the CEO.
I mean, yeah.
You know, that's the essence, you know, that is exactly what I said. And expressed that I've been doing the majority of the work as of late, which is not to discount what people like EJ and Ashton and even Diego have been doing, but...
No, but that's fair. I get your point.
Because I still want to be fair to everyone else, but that's what I expressed in the moment. And Diego said, I'm done. I'm done with this. I'm not doing this anymore.
Ooh.
And we were, you know, speaking in the foyer here, in the entry area, and he started walking towards the door, and I had it in the back of my mind, okay, am I going to have the 6th round of me trying to follow him and try to calm him down and basically step back and take back what I said even though I meant it? And even though I should have been saying it more sooner? Or do I simply accept that these arguments are going to keep happening unless something changes? So I asked him for his keys and his medallion back. Which, again, recognizing I was really heated in the moment, I wasn't exactly calm. I said, okay, fine, give me your keys, give me your medallion, we're done. And he ignored me, so I repeated myself. And then he turned around, lunged at me with a flashlight. And in the moment, I was so shocked I didn't even know what to do. I tried defending myself. Tried pulling out my baseball bat to at least block it. But before I could do that, I lost consciousness. And, when I came to, when I came to, I was, fading in and out of consciousness, so I don't remember everything.
Oh boy.
But I've felt myself tied up to the chair upstairs in the storage room.
Jesus.
And, Diego was tapping my cheek and tilting a bottle into my mouth, saying, wakey, wakey, take your medicine. And, you turned me into this. Only to find out later that he was feeding me bottles of Oxy. Which EJ helped me throw up a little bit later. Which I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. And I was really having a difficult time understanding what was going on, but all I could think of to do was to yell. Not even thinking anyone else would find me.
This is fucked up.
And, someone came in. I heard a shuffling in the hallway, and I kinda lost consciousness again. Some of the rest is a little hazy, but...
Yeah. I was coming over to Nu Epsilon Center that day to drop off some books, right? I heard same things Diego was saying to Eliza about it's time to take your medicine, Eliza, you know? Um, honestly, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I tried to call them both. I panicked, didn't know what to do. I went to go get my friend who was outside waiting.
Hmm. You think?
And came
Oh, go
back
ahead. Sorry.
up. Yeah, I came back up, opened the door. Diego immediately tried to say that Eliza is a druggie. She tried to attack him. But I heard him say, it's time for medicine, Eliza. It was just, it's off to me. I immediately knew it was not good. And yeah, the rest is kind of history. The cops didn't really do much. We got
I
Eliza
think
out in the
his
front.
was like an act of jealousy somehow.
I don't know. I think ego was involved.
Hmm. Okay, now I don't want to throw like gasoline on the fire, but do you remember when Eliza was gone for a little bit, like for like a few weeks?
Mm-hmm.
He was running Nu Epsilon alone, kinda.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if he was jogging or not, but I was with, I think it was Signy and Arston outside, or Clay even. I don't remember. And he said, "Can you imagine if Eliza will be gone? This will be mine, because I'm the second in command."
Yeah.
Second in command?
Mm-hmm.
It's something
I
like
actually do
that.
remember
Yeah.
that.
Oh, then you were there too. Then,
Yeah,
yeah.
I remember that.
That puts so much into perspective, Raul. You. uh. Thank you for mentioning that.
Again, yeah, I don't want to like, but
No, it's
I do have to.
actually.
Mhm.
Strangely, that helps me reconcile some things. And some things that people have been warning me about, which I really appreciate. I'm just remiss that I don't know what would have happened if I put my foot down sooner. Probably the same
Mhm.
thing.
That's why I asked. Maybe he did it for jealousy, because maybe he wanted all this to be his.
Hmm. I'm going to say something petty and cruel.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
If he actually wanted it, then he should have put in the effort.
I mean, valid.
Ultimately disappointing, but such is life, you know? I'm just very grateful to be here.
That's true. Yeah.
And I'm grateful to
You're
people
still
like
here.
EJ and Ashton and Aaron and others who have been really helping me out.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
I can't imagine how awkward and difficult a position you might be in right now.
It's not easy, because like in my head I still like fully don't believe it.
Yeah.
Of
Like
course.
my brain refuses to believe that, but
This is someone you've known for years.
yep. Like so many years, I even forgot how many. Now hearing your story, I don't think it ever did something fucked up like this.
Mm.
And it scares me a little bit
Yeah.
because, I mean, I think I knew him. Like, I knew everything about him.
There's a part of me that understood that there was a possibility of something like this happening. Because he has spoken at length about, you know, the sacrifices they used to do at Burger Shot.
Yeah, I remember.
And
Mhm.
he's been wanting to have Nu Epsilon run a little closer to an MZ for quite a while now.
Hmm.
And that is something that we fundamentally have disagreed upon.
MC how?
You know, running guns or
Ooh,
holding
what?
guns for
What
people.
the fuck?
What?
Yeah. You know what? Oh, fuck. I'm not gonna.
You know, and I thought I
Let's
was
just say there
pushing it.
have been opportunities for certain people to be clean people for different orgs,
Uh-huh.
and I expressly pushed against it.
You know,
I
I
never
thought I
knew
was
that.
pushing it when I was asking you if I could raise. But guns now?
Ooh. What does that even mean?
It's probably a camera code.
What does that mean?
So, when you get security cameras from Weasel News... Ah, never mind. It is not a security camera.
Oh.
Let me make a phone call to Octo a chance to let them know that Diego's around.
Yeah.
I sent him a message like 1 hour ago, but he didn't reply.
Yeah, it's too many. I think it might be too many for... Wait, it's more than that. I wonder what this is about. Ooh, spicy! It's not a camera code. And it might be too many letters for a license plate, maybe. Oh, wait. Where did oh, did Raul head pop? Looks like he had popped. Dang, people are getting slaughtered by internet bullshit the past couple of days, huh? Well, that'll fucking do it. I want to make sure that I'm tempering the way I have Eliza interacting with Diego's long-term friends, because I don't think it's fair as a role player to, like, completely, you know, do things to try to cut the character off from people. So when Eliza's telling people what happened, I'm trying to make sure that we have a good balance. Because I think Eliza is self-effacing enough as a character to where... Uh-oh. Oh, okay, for a second I was like, is it me? And that is not me operating with a presumption that, like, oh, automatically everyone's gonna believe Eliza. That's not the case. Or specifically, oh, everyone's automatically going to side with Eliza, because there are probably people who are gonna be like, fuck yeah, Diego, thank goodness, someone finally did it. Ooh! Okay. Akari business. Don't stop till I finish. Whoa, 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 whoa. Chat, I'm Uma Musume. Brain poisoned. I have Uma Musume, brain rot. A little earlier, I did a gold ship run. Chat, I was not prepared. It was a terrible run.
You know, Eliza, Wiggles think it might be a phone number.
Sorry for that.
Really?
Because 420, then 785-2135. You don't think it's a plate number? It's too long.
That's what I was wondering at first.
I'm gonna go.
Oh, he wrote me. Here, he answered. Because I told him I've been hearing stuff like an hour ago. And now he just replies saying, I'm sure you have.
I'm gonna call the number.
Okay.
Wildebeest! Thank you for the follow!
I'm calling.
KNT.
Also, none of the other cops picked up.
Ah.
Yeah. I think phone theory is out the window. Should I send the twat to the cops or no?
I think that might be worthwhile.
Okay, I'll do that.
I mean, what's the situation now? It's like, is he hiding? Is he like, do the
Something
police
I
know about
wanted
it?
to express to people. Oh yeah, I did file a report. It's been a mixture of somewhat frustrating and disheartening, but also a little bit of glass half full as well. A day or so ago, I ended up doing an interview with a couple of them alongside EJ about what happened, so there's a part of me that's hopeful that, you know, that he could be stopped if he's planning on targeting anyone else. But this
I
isn't...
don't know. I have the feeling he's
not holding my breath.
not gonna target anybody else.
Okay.
I have this feeling.
Eliza, I'll be right back, okay?
Of course.
Take your time.
It's strange, but
It is.
if anything, you know, these moments of challenge that are presented before us are opportunities. Not that I'm trying to be too much in denial, but it's the only logical way I can work around what happened.
I do feel you. So like, okay, when this happened?
Friday.
Friday, okay. So like, people seen him like on the outside,
Yeah,
outside in Nu Epsilon?
Freddy's spoken to him a couple
Okay.
times. And I imagine other people have. I heard he's spoken with Idol. And
Okay,
with
okay.
CJ from Nu
Yeah, CJ.
Babylon. Have you heard of Nu Babylon?
No, I was about to ask you because
Mm.
I've been away for a little bit.
I imagine there's quite a bit to catch you up on.
Yeah.
The
Every
long...
time.
Mm-hmm.
You were saying, sorry.
You go first.
Yeah, I mean, this is a stupid thing. Every time I stay in my apartment for a little bit, some fucked up stuff like happens.
Mm-hmm. I feel that.
Like last time I was in my apartment for a little bit, and then, I mean, not even for a little bit, I was sleeping. I woke up in the morning, EJ got kidnapped, like 7 of my friends got almost died,
Oh.
and I don't know, that was terrible. And now again, I leave my apartment. Ethan is in ICU, and we don't know what the fuck happened.
Yeah.
It's been there for like a week now. Maybe more, probably 7
Yeah,
8
he's been
days.
there for a while.
As you and the situation with Diego. Oh my god. It's a little bit overwhelming.
I could barely imagine. Well, I can give you, I suppose it's not petty gang drama, but if you want to be distracted by a little gossip, I, can certainly share some.
Yeah, of course. I love some tea.
So, there is, up in Stab City. Do you know where that is?
Yeah.
There is currently a, sufficiency sort of commune of a bunch of people coming together, wanting to work off grid, basically, you know, survive off of the land and, you know, do their own fishing, build their own, you know, fires, all of that stuff. And, the majority of, and this is heavy gossip, so take it with a grain of salt as to its validity. But most of them are comprised of members from Cyprus who disbanded. And
Cyprus disbanded?
Cyprus. Well,
In
there's
Tribus?
there's a new Cyprus around right now, but that's currently up in the air. But
all right.
North and South Cyprus united and then disbanded. And now there's a new Cyprus in the South Cyprus area that's trying to start themselves up. And then Tribus, and I guess this is less gossip and more. This is gossip.
Tribus
This
is
is
still a
people's
thing,
lies.
though, right?
Yeah, they apparently their leadership blooded out half of the gang, disbanded, and then went and joined Nu Babylon.
Oh, so he's part of it?
Yeah.
Oh.
So it seems as though, from the way that it's, from the way people are talking about it, it's, they're trying to try out a new life. Non-violence, living off of the land.
Okay.
Back to basics.
I mean, I like that. Okay.
I know if honestly they are more than happy to give tours to people. I've stopped by a couple of times, and it's actually quite inspirational what they're working towards down there.
But you know what? For what I understood those days, and I mean, it's kind of proven, you cannot trust nobody here. Not even your closest friends. It's kind
Yeah,
of fucked up.
that is very true. But if you're
So this
ever
is how
interested in
trust
stopping
issues like.
by, they do have applications, so.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I really don't know about it. I mean, hey, I'm happy for them. I wish all the best, but I'm gonna continue living my life.
Of course.
Oh, random question, because I mean, you probably know. Do you remember the League of Evil?
I do remember the League of Evil. They ended up
Okay,
featuring very heavily in Princess's court case.
all right. Um, so I was friend from a while, let's say, um, with Yuri.
Oh. Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
I know, and see, is another thing that I don't want to believe it. Like I wasn't even there. I didn't know even how it happened. Last time I heard him was in a war, like a mime war or something like that, or a clown war or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then we didn't hear for a couple days or a week, and then they randomly told me, "Oh yeah, he's dead." I try asking around, but nobody can answer me. Like I I don't know what happened to him.
Sorry you had to find out that way. That's not fair.
Yeah, it kind of sucks. You know, they were trying to change. They were trying to like turn into a new leaf. It, don't be involved into wars and stuff. You know, I was there. Like we actually rented that taco truck, and we were like buying some food and just like giving it to people. So I think like they were really trying.
That is actually really inspirational indeed.
Yeah, yeah. They were no more the League of Evil. They were the League of Ether.
Oh, uh-huh.
Yeah.
That's a solid name.
You know, I remember I was with them that day. We were delivering food, and we we got attacked by a clown lady. I forgot her name.
Oh, what?
Oh yeah, like she threw a Molotov at us, but me and Yuri kind of
Oh,
survived.
oh, probably Ember, maybe.
Oh my god, it was Amber. Yeah.
I just
Yes,
took a
yes,
wild
yes, yes,
guess.
yes, yes, yes. Yeah. And she fell from a bridge and she burned herself, and then we brought her to the hospital.
Oh.
We felt bad, but she tried to kill us though.
Yeah, that sounds like Ember.
Yeah. Yeah, now that you told me her name, yeah, I remember now. It was great. I remember the first time I met him. Um, it was back in the days at Ubu Cafe. I was manager there, and he was searching for a job, and I hired him there. You know, this is probably stupid, but I remember we were smoking so much weed in the refrigerator area. Good times, good times.
So the best conversations and best memories come from those moments, even if you
Yeah.
don't really remember.
Well, yeah. Yeah, we did some stupid stuff. Legally, I tried to hang out with them, even if I was volunteering for Nu Epsilon. Like I was trying not to do like bad stuff, but you know,
Mhm.
like hanging out with them. And once we were, I don't. Okay, I was in a bad situation there, and I want to tell you that I found myself into a pickle because we were at the police station, and you know sometimes I trust way too much, right? And Yuri was like, "Yo, trust me. Can I have your state ID? I'll give it back." And I was okay. I don't know. Maybe he wanted to for a joke or something, you know. Um. So we dressed up as what was it? Pest. What's the name of it? Those people that like go and like clean where there is like those insects and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like this pest, whatever. Am I having a headache again?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Oh, no, I thought I was having a headache.
Oh, no,
Okay,
it's,
so
I might have been ever so briefly.
no worries, no worries. So yeah, I find myself into a little bit of a pickle that day because he took my state ID and we dressed up as a pest, whatever it's called, like um pest people that goes and like cleans up for
Mm-hmm.
insects and stuff like that. Okay,
Yeah.
and we went to the police station and they did want to break in. I didn't know that. I thought we were just cleaning outside. And yeah, they stopped him and they said, "Okay, what's your name, sir?" And he flashed my ID. I was, oh no, this is not good.
Oh no. Oh,
This
Raul,
is not good.
no.
I ran away for a second and I called 911 and I said, "They stole my ID. Please help." I came back. I mean, we were all masked. Nobody knew I was there. And guess what? After not even 1 minute, I received a phone call. It was the officer that was standing in front of me. I ran back and he said, "Raul, I'm going to get your state ID back, no matter if I'm going to risk my life for it." And I was, "It's okay. It's just a piece of paper. It's a piece of plastic. I can have another one. You know, it's not big of a deal." I felt so bad.
Mm-hmm.
And that day, I'm pretty sure that officer got stabbed. And I got my state ID back from Yuri. I feel so bad.
Yeah.
I thought we were doing some good, you know, good actions, good activities, but no, they want to break in and they were crazy and I had to run away. And there was a chase wherever I was not part of it though, kinda.
Also,
Mhm.
Eliza, I called police, no answer, but I did get a text message. They just were coming out of the hospital.
Mm.
And I think, yeah, they're like, thanks for the heads up. Also, I went to the courthouse. Looking at license plates, they're all 8 numbers or 8 like characters, right?
Mm-hmm.
But this is 10.
10
So,
is a phone number, no?
yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah.
Try calling.
KNT.
Yeah, camera codes have 10 digits. When I tried looking it up, nothing showed up, but I'll give it another shot.
I was
Mhm.
trying like K is the 11th number in the alphabet, so it's probably not that.
Mm. Yeah, I'm imagining it must be someone's camera code.
No. And I'm thinking maybe he's just fucking with us.
Honestly, probably.
Most likely. Would it be okay if I call over Ava to show her upstairs real quick? Because I know
Oh,
she was
yes,
trying to do that.
indeed. She is more than
Yeah.
welcome. Of course. I
Yeah.
also have some plushies and whatnot I wanted to give her.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Perfect. Actually, before I forget, I'm going to swap some things out.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta slash me coat cut, chat. We're not fucking around. Okay, just to make sure that everything is stacking nicely. Perfect. So,
Mhm.
I do want to have a conversation with you eventually
All right.
about your
About
plans
if
going
I can.
forward, but I feel as though this
Oh, yeah.
moment is probably perhaps not the best.
I mean, whenever you want.
Mm-hmm. Are you simply visiting here before you go back out on vacation?
Um, yes, a little bit, because in my apartment it's a little bit of a mess because so much construction. Um, I think I'll be done in. Let me see. Oh, this is my calculator. Where is the? I'd say probably a week and a half. I should be done with construction, and I'll be around way more often.
Gotcha. Gotta love construction.
Oh boy,
Mm-hmm.
it's been going for probably like 2 months now.
One moment.
Yeah, take your time.
Hello in Keflam.
How you doing, Eliza?
Each day a little better. How about yourself?
I'm doing amazing, but
Amazing.
in my good time and fortune, I think of how you doing because last night talking, you could barely speak.
Suppose good fortune is perhaps the phrase of the day. I am very lucky to have the people around me that I have.
What's that mean?
The good fortune of having friends that will assist you when you are in your most low and difficult moments.
Make sure they don't corner you into a room and bludgeon you to death.
You know what? I think that is some excellent advice I will carry in my pocket going forward.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure your past friends were good too until they picked up a truncheon and began walking you into the corner. What are you doing nowadays, Eliza?
Nowadays, doing a bit of recuperating. Recently got hired on as a county clerk, and working.
Wait
with
a minute.
Mm-hmm.
What about Kiflom?
Oh, it coincides with the work that I'm doing.
Ah, okay.
Mm-hmm. It
This-
simply allows me to have a job that pays me while I'm basically doing the same thing already to some degree.
I noticed you didn't say hello in Kiflom today. You just said hello.
Huh. Huh.
So you
That
work
slipped
in.
my mind.
You
Well, I hope
working?
that the Kiflam is implied in this moment. I hope you don't take it as an umbrage by any means.
No, not at all. I thought instead it was very telling.
Ah. A little distracted, I suppose. My apologies.
Okay, yeah. Well, sorry, I just lost my train of thought. You said you're working for the county clerk. Sorry, someone nearly just ran me over in a fucking. I'm on a bicycle. See.
Constant battle between vehicles.
So
and
you're a county
cyclists.
clerk for which county, north or south?
So the title is county clerk, but it's underneath the state DOJ.
Amazing. And what do you do as the county clerk?
Assist with helping out people who may be newer to San Andreas, if they have any questions about where to go or how to get help with certain things. Send them in the right direction, send out or help people get licenses, weapons, hunting, business, all of that stuff, and assist with approvals for the food court and for scraps up north.
Amazing.
And of course, along with that, working with EJ and a couple of other people to revamp some things with Nu Epsilon, because if anything, the events of the past couple of days were very indicative that a change was sorely needed. And has been needed for the past couple of months.
What type of change are you talking about?
Remember that poison we spoke of? Apathy.
See.
I realized I've been surrounding myself with people who are more than happy to don blue and don a chain, but not do anything further than that. Or even actively use their supposed position to demotivate people, which is antithetical to what I want Nu Epsilon to accomplish. And as the professed and definitive founder of this chapter, it falls on me the responsibility to make sure we go in the correct direction.
Okay, well, look, I wish you luck. I just wanted to see if you were healthy again.
I
I think it's good that you're making people actually put in work and not just don the uniform and reap all the benefits.
Which is not to say that everyone is a leech by any means. That's the last thing I wish to.
It's too late.
Well, it's still the last thing that I wish
We
to
all
impress.
we all knew it from the beginning.
Well, to whatever degree, I hope Benny can forgive me in being a little late in returning the net that he asked me for in remittance for me putting my outside hand on the inside bucket.
You put your outside hand in the inside bucket.
I did remember. I put my outside hand on the inside bucket. And Clark and Benny very politely and justifiably requested that I craft up a net the Babylonian way and present that as remittance and apology for my actions.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. Well, it's better your hand be in a bucket than elsewhere.
This is very true. What is it? Hand on the rock, two hands on a bird. I don't remember the phrase.
Amazing. I didn't take you for erotic poetry.
Oh, you know, the Victorian stuff, Lord Byron, all of that. Very, very
You know
tame
Lord
stuff.
Byron?
How could I not know Lord Byron?
What?
That lascivious cat of a man.
Was he a
dangerous
lascivious man?
bisexual.
He was? I didn't know any of this. I just know that
100%
Delacroix admired him.
Historically. Dangerous menace of a bisexual he was. All of the good poets have been dangerous menaces of bisexuals.
All I know is he died in a campaign in Greece fighting the Turks. There's a really beautiful painting of him done, I believe, by Delacroix. I'm not sure.
I will have to educate myself on that. I'm a little
Okay.
remiss on art history to some degree.
Interesting. Well, I must go now. I have to get back to work.
Of course. I
See.
appreciate you
Well,
checking
good
in.
luck and 100%, and hope you you don't die.
I'll try not to. I appreciate that.
Okay. Goodbye.
Kiflam.
Oh, I'll try to get better on like our toes or whatnot. But let me show you to the office.
Thank you for being patient with me being a phone
Yeah,
guy.
no worries, no worries.
But we're not touching the office because the office is great.
Oh, I still didn't been upstairs.
I suppose so when EJ is done with that tour.
Yeah.
You know what? There's no better time than the present. So, if and when you feel yourself being more at leisure to be around, what are your goals? What would you like to do?
I mean, I still want to continue volunteering because I'm pretty sure the last time we spoke one-on-one, I was trying to make some plans and then it all blew up because I had to fly home. But
Timing
I do wanna
sometimes
make
does not
more
work out so
events.
well.
Yeah, I really want to make more events. I'm still dreaming on what was it? The I don't know, renting the taco truck and doing what's it called? Oh, my English is so hard sometimes. The soup kitchen. Yeah, the mobile soup kitchen.
Brilliant.
Yeah, we can set up like some places. I don't know, like Legion Square. We can stay there for I don't know, like 10 minutes. Then we're gonna move to the next spot, and we can cover all the south maybe.
I like that a lot.
I actually love that. That right there brings me joy, and that's the whole purpose of a meditation room.
Yeah,
I very much like that plan.
Yeah, from my first event, I've been like trying to think to more ideas,
Ask her to, if she could
but that's the main one. I really want to do that. Probably it's gonna be the first thing that I'm gonna do when I'm like fully back.
I feel like if I ask her, she probably would try to find time to do it, but I don't want to do that to her.
But yeah, this was the question. Yes, down to continue to this in this path that I took.
Where we're at. Yeah, the first part, the little, like a little water pond, like a withdraw. It's really pretty and it's so nice and peaceful. But like the rest of the room,
I can't tell. Oh yeah, they're looking at the rooms
Also, I
upstairs.
had another idea, but I don't know how can we turn this into a Nu Epsilon event. Maybe just normal event, I guess.
I'm happy
I
to
don't
hear
know
it
who
out.
to speak about it because I don't even know if it's possible. Um. Okay, can you imagine if we can get some construction going in on Mount Chiliad?
What
Okay.
kind?
I don't know, just some platforms, and we can host an event. You know, just like I don't know, teams of 4, and they just need to climb. Whoever reaches the top, you know, reaches the peak.
Ah,
I was
mm-hmm.
thinking about that, but I don't know how it's possible because I tried. Um, I tried finding a path like to go without like building anything there, no construction, and it's really
Mm-hmm.
really hard going on just on foot on the hard side of the mountain without like a path. I went there with Signy. We were on a bike. We fell and we got rescued by 2 helicopters, 1 ambo, and or like even police showed up. It was bad. It was really bad. People almost died.
That is wow.
I saw Jeremy flying by us with his ambo, and he passed out for a while. I felt so bad.
Impressive, I'll have to say. Oh, I have to properly greet Ava before she heads out.
What is that?
Hello in Keflam, Ava.
Hi. Where are you?
I have some bears for you that I haven't been able to give to you as of yet.
What happened?
Remember the conversation we had?
Yes.
It's related to that a little bit. Feel free to take a look at those and let me know if everything
I'm not
looks
concerned
good.
about you at the moment.
Okay. I am
Are you okay?
Yep. Day by day healing a little bit more.
Okay.
I hope you are well.
I'm alright.
Oh,
What
good.
I will say to you is this. If standing your ground, standing up for yourself, keeping it real ends up with something like this, it's better to know so that you don't have to deal with that energy.
I agree wholeheartedly, and honestly, it's a conversation that was several months in the coming, so...
I'm gonna tell you, back home where I'm from, there's a saying, be your own. It be your own. And there's truth to that. And the reason why it be your own is because you trust your own. And you keep your guard down around your own because you think they won't do you dirty like an enemy would. But sometimes, I promise you, I've said this before. Somebody told me, and I share it all the time, an enemy will never betray you. Never. Because you know where you stand. You don't expect anything better. The only people who can betray you are people that you trust. Because you never know that you can't trust them until they do something. But even that's a blessing, because then you know. But it's a shame because of the disappointment it brings. And I'm sorry that you had to go through that, if you did.
As always, you are quite astute, Ava.
I hope you get better soon, okay?
I appreciate that. I hope I do as well.
Yeah, stand on business from the beginning. Being nice is good, but... All right, we're gonna have some fun times right now.
Indeed, you go have fun. But I really appreciate you stopping by. I hope you enjoyed the tour.
A Gemini bear. It's a nice name, but honestly, you can... maybe it's too negative for what you're trying to promote. But maybe if you had a line of bears that really speak to that dark place that's in all of us. You know, some of us just live in it, and other people pretend like it's not there, and other people act on it but pretend like they don't. That duality, but one is actually good and evil, like one that's like the devil and one that's like an angel. You know, one that's maybe a cute one and then it's all like fucked up on the other side. That's Two-Face, you know?
Oh.
You have people, or, you know, you could have two where one is, you know, the same exact bear, but one is like smiling and the other one is like frowning. And that could be something to the effect of a better name, but truth. And then the other one that looks exactly like it, but with the ugly demeanor, real truth. You know, like, because your friends and stuff will smile in your face and you think that's what you're dealing with, but in reality, they hate you. Like, they are people. I put something out one time. Be careful who you ride for, like because some of the people that you will stand for the most don't even like you. Yeah. You're an awesome person. Don't forget that, okay? Like, no matter what, don't forget that. Don't doubt it. Don't question it. Everything that you've put together here, look at this soup kitchen. Look at this place. Everything that you're doing is supposed to benefit everybody. But at the end of the day, you know, there's people who help and keep the mission growing, and there's other people that just want to come along for the ride once all the hard work is done and, you know, get the accolades that they don't deserve. You're a good person because you don't look for the accolades, you know what I mean? I am grateful for you.
You really are an incredible person, Ava.
Thank you. You are too. Don't forget that. Don't let anybody make you feel like you owe them something just because of what. It's not bad to acknowledge what you've done. Do you know what I mean? It's not vanity. It's not being above anybody else, but it's the reality. You worked hard for all of this, but you worked hard for it for everybody. You convinced me that this is not a sex slave cult situation anymore. And I'm like, that took a lot to get out of my head.
Which, you know, with what Chris Fromage did in the past, very understandable.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Some of the locals going around, they still talk about it. That like, I don't know if I can talk about. Yeah,
they're.
You have some former members that
they got
really
some
want the
Fromage
old
heads
ways.
out there. Yeah.
Yep, they want the old ways back. I just wanted to make you laugh, but honestly, nice people are. There's that saying, right? That nice guys finish last and all that. But the reason for that is because they're not trying to finish first, because they're not in it for that. And sometimes people, other people, opportunists, people see that as weakness. They see that as an easy way to get over, you know, an easy way to take over. And you stand on business about the fact that, you know, you need to, it's important for you to let people know, don't mistake my kindness for weakness. Don't do that. Because a weak person would not have been able to accomplish all of this. Seriously. All right. I'm not going to take any more of your time, but I'm glad I ran into you.
Thank you.
Did
Sorry
you?
we weren't able to cross our paths earlier, but I've been in and out to some degree.
Perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Are you still doing your wedding thing?
I will. Oh yeah. So I did elope, but I will be having a. Yeah, I did, but we will have a proper. We will have a. Thank you so much. We will be having a proper ceremony. Time TBD.
Right. So what I would say to you is this: don't let anybody take your joy away. Like, for real. Even if you got a disappointment with something, let that disappointment react to it. You know, feel how you feel, and then relegate it to the past where it belongs. Don't let anybody make you feel like you owe them anything, because you don't. Focus on something beautiful, like planning a celebration, so that you can share your happiness with the people that will actually want good things for you and be happy for you. Okay?
I'll remember that. I'll be sure to pass that on to others.
I don't offer this often because I don't really like touching people, but do you mind if I give you a hug?
I would not mind at all.
There you go. See what I did there?
Mm.
I offered the hug without expecting or making it that you have to give me one back, because that's not what it's for. Everything you do for people, you do it because you want to, not because you're going to get something back. And people that expect it back, be aware of that. Okay? Don't excuse things away. When your instincts kick up about a person, listen to it. You don't have to act on it, but file it away and make note of it, and then watch and see if you get any more inklings about something.
Mm.
Human beings are the only animals on the planet that actively ignore their instincts, and they're there for a reason. You know what I mean?
This is very true.
Yeah. Everybody doesn't wear things obviously, but sometimes you ever just meet somebody and it's just not right. It's just like, you didn't do anything to me. You're saying all the right things. But there's something about you that is giving me the extremest ick ever. So, but because you don't want to be offensive, you don't want to be judgmental, you don't want to seem mean, you push that away and you're like, yeah, and then you invite somebody in that is a whole predator. And then you don't realize it until they've gotten their foot all the way in the door. So you just pay attention and listen to your instincts, okay? Because you've got good ones. Alrighty?
I'll work on that. Thank you.
Alrighty, I'm gonna go now because
Curse, you all
she
go
came
have
in
fun.
to let me know I'm
Oh,
in here
no.
too long.
I actually came in because I have a question for Eliza.
Oh,
Oh,
yes,
okay.
please.
When you were at the court center, do you remember how that little booth you all had the little plushy things in it?
Yes, indeed.
Do you know where to get those?
Yeah, we still give those out and whatnot. Are you talking about just how to get them in general, or how to get what we specifically have?
How to get the ones for decorating.
Oh, okay. So those, you know what? Let me go check my storage real quick.
I'm gonna go sit in the car before I start yapping again. Bye, guys.
Oh, hey, Eva. How's it going?
Hi.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Good to see you. How you doing?
Every time I see you, I'm like, oh, it's been a long time to see you.
Why is it not letting me select the bear?
She went to. Sophia had a question about something she went to check.
Maybe it's under
I think she went to go see where
decorative,
what something is, so that she might be able to.
plush.
Yeah. How are you doing?
Doing alright, doing alright. What about you?
I'm good. I'm good.
Glad to hear that. That's nice. Yeah, yeah.
I am being mean to you, but it's
I said I was gonna leave before I started yapping again.
And she made it
texted me,
10
"You got 10
feet. Made it 10 feet.
I believe if you are looking in the furniture aisles, it should be in the decorative section under plushies.
Oh, yeah. No, I know where to find them in that. I just don't know where to
Oh.
get the thing to actually make.
Oh, I think Lumberco has those. Or Furniture Hub, my apologies.
One of those two? Okay. Gotcha. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
I've tried to look other places to see if there was another way to get them, but it seems as though usually you gotta have a good old furniture building license.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, thank you. That was
Of
my question.
course.
All right, have a good one. Hope you feel better.
Well. Have fun.
Oh, no, I didn't.
I show you the office because everything else is under construction.
Okay.
Oh, let me lock the door real quick.
Hmm?
Oh, I got it.
No, I got it.
I'll race you to it. I'm running as fast as I can.
Stop.
You beat me.
Yeah, it was a difficult.
How was that possible?
Yeah. It was you're a very tough component. Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. Man, you never even seen it when it was complete, right? Upstairs?
Not yet. Oh, it's so beautiful.
Oh, you definitely haven't seen shit. Okay. Well,
Yeah, I've never
it's
seen
alright, but shit has been we are remodeling again.
Oh, wow.
Okay, he hasn't seen upstairs at all.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Hey, you want to know the fun part? We've remodeled 3 times since you.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Yeah. This room is being remodeled, but we could look at a dojo.
Okay.
Right.
Ah,
We're looking at
we have a dojo.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sorry for my words, but holy shit, it's beautiful.
You like it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Then the
You know,
room
we
next.
definitely have to take some pictures here.
Yeah. Okay. And the next room over is being reconstructed too, so it's
Uh-huh.
yeah, safety reasons. And then over here is the office.
Okay, the office.
Uh-huh.
Ooh. Oh, and you have a view too here.
Yeah. This was Diego's desk, but now it's my desk.
I love this view so much.
This is Eliza's desk over here. That's Ashton's desk over there. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
They were looking
Oh,
over
this
here.
is so pretty.
Aw, yay!
We also have Craft the crocodile resting over there in a kettle. Yeah.
Oh. I see that.
Yeah.
Wait, this is so nice. Wait, who decorated this place?
I did.
Eliza.
I did almost the entire upstairs.
Yeah.
Heavy asterisk on almost.
You know, I
Fair part over here.
I wish I could clap for like 90 minutes straight. Just to like.
Oh, that's way too nice. There was a lot of
incredible.
cursing,
That's
a lot
really
of late nights.
Oh, that's a door.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the library.
Wait, I like this. It feels like a mirror, but like there's a door behind it, and there's a secret library.
Well, it's not a secret. There's a door out
I mean, yeah.
there.
Yeah, let my imagination work, AJ,
Okay,
please.
sorry.
Hey.
Then we have some books here, whatnot, which is nice.
Okay.
And yeah, and then that's all for upstairs because we have the other rooms are under, you know, what's it called
Well, that's-
reconstruction.
Yeah, reconstruction.
Yeah.
I can say it is a 10 out of 10. Actually, you know what?
Yeah.
11 out of 10. Eliza.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
I
Eliza did an
appreciate that. That's so
amazing job.
nice.
Uh-huh.
That's incredible. I love it.
Uh-huh. Actually, I'm probably gonna add more storage. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Then these rooms are what was at a dojo. Yeah, I'm really excited.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this room
Uh-huh.
is going to be like a sauna, sort of
Yeah.
rejuvenation, relaxation spot. I would have to say this side of the hallway is more of the like rehabilitation, meditation, just calm, soothing, focused, and then this side is a little more business,
Business, yeah.
information, knowledge focused.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then how about the room down the hallway?
Yeah, I was.
Oh
about to ask
yeah,
about
that is going to be honestly a temporary living quarters for anyone who needs a place to crash. It'll be very
Aw.
minimalistic. It'll be kind of like a dorm a little bit.
Yeah, like
With
like a hostel almost.
Yeah, with bunk beds and whatnot. Because
Yeah.
we've gotten a lot of people asking for somewhere to stay, and I think beforehand I was very hesitant on welcoming people in, but I think if we, have like a proper contract or just make sure that we lay down ground rules for people,
Yeah.
why not?
What the hell?
Mm.
The pillars.
What?
The crosses.
Oh, that'll happen sometimes.
Oh.
Yeah, that'll happen sometimes.
I was freaking the fuck out for a minute. I was like, I think I'm seeing shit. Crap is coming to me in my vision.
I seen that, but I didn't ask. Like,
I was like,
Yeah.
Crap is showing me a sign.
That's funnily enough, Clay originally, when he renovated the downstairs, he actually used decommissioned
decommissioned gravestones, which is a little bit in line to, wanting to honor the people who came before us.
Okay. No, that's really nice, though. Damn, I remember when this place,
It was
was
not
all
open.
locked, and then
No.
it was just an empty box, and now look at it.
No.
It's like a
Well,
baby, just grew up.
I'm gonna go inside and continue my work with decorating. Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I'm gonna run a couple errands, scraps and
Alright,
whatnot,
alright.
and grab those extra flowers. Oh,
Yep.
Ooh.
1 second. Hello, Kiflom, Frank.
Hello, Eliza. How you doing, mate?
I'm quite well. How are you on this day?
Frank.
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. I'm actually calling to do some market research with you.
Most certainly. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, so Eliza, I want you to think long and hard about this. Okay. Now, if you could read a book about any single person that you've met in this city, who would it be?
In this city?
Yeah.
If I could read a book on any single person I have met in this city. I'm trying to remember their name. They go by Barbar?
Barbar.
That's the name they go by. I do not know their full government name. I will have to actually wait. I can actually find that out. Hold on a second.
Oh, yeah, you are a county clerk, aren't you?
Barbar Twix.
Barbar Twix. I've got no idea who that is. Why
He's
did you pick them, Eliza?
He's a very intriguing individual. He's very enigmatic.
Okay, fantastic. All right. You know what's funny, Eliza? Oh, you know, I've had 16 people. And you know what? You know what's happened?
What's happened?
I've had 16 different answers.
That's really fun.
I know. It's really fun.
Well, with this market research, I'm quite intrigued to see if any patterns emerge.
Yeah, so I'm a business owner as of today, Eliza. And
Congratulations, that's huge.
thanks, mate. So it's actually a literature company. And I'm going to be making some biographies on people. And then also some like crime thrillers and dramas based on things that happen in city. Yeah.
I need to get you connected with EJ, who's one of our board members at Nu Epsilon. She is currently working for, I'll send you her number. She is currently working on a book exchange program with the lifers at Bolingbrook. And I think exactly the project you're working on. We're looking to get a grant to support printing and compensate authors and whatnot. But if that is something that you are interested in, any books that you write have copies that are available for the lifers at Bolingbrook to check out, I'd be happy to assist with getting that set up.
Well, as you know, Eliza, I was working in the prison and I left because I preferred the lifers over the guards, so I'd be happy to help.
Brilliant. Yeah, I'll send EJ's number your way.
Okay. I will I'm just writing a book right now, if I'm being honest. And I will send it your way before I release it. Let's just say it is called The Voices, Eliza.
I am very excited.
Thought you might be. I'm not gonna use names or anything. I'll let people figure out if they can figure out it's about me. Let's just say there's going to be a very enthusiastic, intriguing person in the story who runs a organization called, what am I going to call it? Miflom.
Are you changing the, none of the
I'm actually going to name it. I'm not going to name it, but I'm just trying to describe it. You're going to be a big part to play in this story, Eliza. So.
Well, I very much look forward to reading it.
Okay, as soon as it's finished, I'll send it your way. And I will get in touch with EJ.
Most certainly. Well, we shall speak soon.
All right. See you soon, mate.
Keflob.
Keflob.
Wow.
Hey, Eliza, look at the water real quick. Oh.
Hmm?
I thought Dr. Stacy had stabbed someone.
Wait, what?
But Stacy retweeted back with lies. So there's that.
Oh, Sophia Kornblum. Oh, for a second it was like, no!
I was like, no, Stacy. She's one of the good ones. I don't know. Well, yeah, but what was that?
Yeah, so Frank Skinner, I've known him for quite a while now. He used to be a one of the workers at Frank's, no relation, at the Hawk Talk stand, and we've had a couple of really nice conversations. And he recently received his business license. He is basically doing research and writing biographies on different people around the
Ooh.
city. And I should have asked before doing so, but I passed him your number to get in contact in regards to, book stuff.
Yeah, I honestly would really like that a lot. Because if he writes about like people and their story and whatnot, you know the whole the idea of like the Babylonian thing up north?
Yes!
Yeah.
Brilliant.
We could go up there if ooh, another race. If Dark is not around, then we could go up there with Frank. Yeah.
Brilliant. Yeah, he's currently working on an autobiography, and he's doing market research by calling people and asking them, who, out of anyone in this city, would you like to read their life story about?
Ooh.
And then asking why. I said Barbar. I don't know if you've met him, but I've only interacted with him 1.5 times, and I want to know what his deal is.
I mean, shit. But like, are you close to the Babylonian people? Because like, who do we call if we want to do that?
Maybe either Edgar or Lang?
Ooh.
Yeah.
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 I'm trying to think of who else.
I could call Polly. Let me give Polly a call.
Or Sebas. Or Benicio.
Sebas has been... Let me call Polly.
I'm going to take a brief moment to meditate.
Hey, Polly, it's me, EJ. How's it going?
Eliza, is this your first time climbing on something ever? Because it fucking seems like it. Meditate tea? Wait, that was kind of a funny accidental little thing. Wonder what that Edgar call was about. Very interesting. Okay, chat, I am going to step away very briefly, and I'll be right back. All right, chat. Thank you all again for your patience. I really appreciate it. It's just one of those days. You know what I mean?
Hello, Kiflam Eliza.
Hello and Kiflam, Mikey. How are you on this day?
I'm doing pretty good. I've finally got a little bit of time. I've been waking up and flying out. It's crazy. hectic.
I'll have to say you texted at the perfect time.
Oh, perfect. Something.
I'll be free in about
how's it going?
5-ish minutes if that ends up working for you.
Okay, yeah, I'm up in Polito. I'm heading back actually right now.
Brilliant. Okay, perfect. Because I was about to head up there, so whether you wanted to meet
Oh,
halfway
shit,
or if we end up crossing paths here, you know what? You wrap your errand, and then we'll touch base then. How's that?
I mean, if you're going up to Polito anyway, I can just meet you up here.
Oh,
That should
well,
be-
I'll be going
yeah.
up to Sandy, so.
Oh, you heading to the Scraps?
Mm-hmm. Classic.
Of course, of course. Honestly, they need to put your name on the wall or something there. They need to give you like a pass, you know, like a visitor or like an
I
employee
am a
pass.
county clerk now, so there is that.
Oh, congrats! The
Thank
judge
you very
finally
much.
got around, I guess, to talking to you.
I sent him a text today, basically saying, "Hey, I assume I am not a fit for the job. Thank you for your time, anyways." And he got back to me and was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry about that. Here, come down to the courthouse."
Now that I think about it, I guess it was election season and shit. So.
And apparently
I
they've
didn't
been
consider
going through a lot with the well, not going through a lot, but there's been a lot of management stuff with the new mayors that they've had to do.
Oh yeah, I guess I kind of gotta get them
Situated.
assimilated. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Exactly.
I don't think it's much of a scraps conversation, but I can meet you afterwards. I'm not in a rush or anything. I'll be around.
Most certainly. All right. Well, we'll talk soon.
Okay. Yeah. Of course. Perfect. All right. Take it easy, Eliza.
Perfect. What did you want to talk about, EJ?
Okay, so I called Polly, right?
Mm-hmm.
Master is actually around, and he picked up, and I was like stubborn, like not stubborn, flabbergasted, right? And oh my god, I need to call this guy real quick. Wait, let me just. Hey, Michael, can I call you back real quick? All right, bye.
Is this Stargo?
No, Michael Garcia.
Oh, DOC.
Yeah. Oh my god, you mean okay? Anyways, so what was I saying? Oh yeah. So Polly, right? I asked him like, hey, so would New Babylon be interested and maybe open to have a documentary about New Babylon, like a day in my life, a documentary or a book, like book format or film format. But it'll be a New Epsilon production. And he said he would talk to his elders and pitch the idea. The fuck are the elders? The fuck?
Who do you think they are?
I don't know, but we're being out-culted again. But it's okay. We're not called. But, so there's that. But if we're actually going to do this, right? I'm wondering, should we go book format or film format? Because I can do anything film.
I think if we partner up with Frank, we could do book format.
Yeah. Yeah,
Film
that'd be
format, I'm
interesting.
not gonna lie, we'll need to find an editor. Book format.
It's easy, it's nice, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Book format, it's a little easier, and if the book does well, maybe that could lead to a film documentary.
A film documentary based on the books.
Recreations of what's in the books.
Actually, I like the idea. Like, if the book does really well, we start filming. But does Penn Darts edit? Like, I thought he was into movies and whatnot. Or is he just a director?
You know what? I don't know.
He's good at editing. Diego.
I'll have
Wait,
to.
Raul. Does he used to make movies? Or is that more Diego?
That's a good question about Raul. I suppose I don't know. Like, if it
Thing
really
is-
comes down to it, I could edit, but I'll be honest.
I have no idea what the
I
fuck I'm doing
stopped
to.
caring after 5 minutes, and then I start
Okay.
hating it.
I mean, slay. I asked Raul, but if not, we could go to, like, leaning towards a book, right? Because you really trust Frank.
And we
right?
could always just put out a call like, hey, anyone does editing? Anyone do this? Anyone do
Yeah,
that?
yeah. Because, like, I just want to hold the boom mic. That's it. I'm not good at interviewing. I had this idea. Maybe I could, like, have you ever seen that the one lady who does, like, interviews and she's like, the Egyptians thought the best thing, the most memorable thing you could do in your life is to die.
Kunk?
You know that? Yeah. I wanted that style. Yeah.
The Babylonians used to think. The new Babylonians used to think
I think
that
you'd
the
be
most
amazing.
noble thing you could do is blood out half of your gang and not tell them out why.
That's crazy. I think we have this idea. If they say no, fuck. Oh wait. DLC is calling me.
Perfect.
Fuck. But I already called Michael. Michael's DLC. Okay, we need to I already filled it out with Paul. He's gonna get back to me. Once we get an answer, then we talk to Frank. I'll talk to Raul first. Then we get a feel.
Perfect. You know what?
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you tend to the DOC stuff. I
Mhm.
want to have a brief check-in with you. How do you feel about Raul?
Question mark.
Question mark?
I like him a lot.
Mm.
Epsilon? I don't know.
There was a point, I will be very transparent, there was a point before he took his
saw.
break, and before I found out about some of the League of Evil adjacent stuff he's been doing, that he was next on the list, basically, to get him, to get membership, but I want to make sure everyone is on board first before I do an executive decision like that.
He has ideas for New Epsilon, and he seems very passionate. I just wanted to see him more around, you know?
100%, I get that.
Mhm.
And I agree.
Yeah, he's great. Just, I want him to be around more, and then we can, like, yeah.
We'll have a check-in talk after that then.
Yeah,
Perfect.
and if he edits, and fuck it, we're gonna get him a medallion. If he
Easy
doesn't,
enough.
he can wait.
I quite literally have one on hold waiting for him,
I
so...
saw. Yeah. Let me give him a quick call, then call DOC, and then what else I was supposed to do? Or storage. I just have so much on my mind.
Brilliant. Oh, yeah. Yep, I'm gonna run those errands up north. I'm gonna grab those additional things that we need. I am going to, since Diego donated this, I am going to have to tear it up and replace it with something else.
Wait, what do you mean, donate what?
The golden Epsilon symbol
Wait, why?
on the floor.
Wait, you're gonna take it out? Why?
I'm gonna replace it with a different Epsilon symbol.
Ooh.
Mostly because Diego donated it, and I don't want,
He has our limo. Damn.
Yeah. I was
Yeah.
thinking about just having a matching marble inlay here. If you do feel passionate about the gold, we can keep it, but...
I'm up for whatever. I
You
thought I
know?
had something to tell you, and I forgot.
You know what? That's quite alright. I'll be open on my phone. I'll be meeting with Mikey Stargo shortly. But, yeah, I'm gonna be running some errands up north, and then try to see if DC's around so I can give him his booklet back.
Okay, sounds good.
Perfect.
Trying to think if there's anything else, but I'll be around. Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah,
Yeah,
give me
yeah.
a call
Alright.
if and when you remember, and I'll let you know. Bye. EJ's been fucking eating. Vindicator. Honestly, Philomena Kunk series? Maybe that's what we should have done on Joan. That's what we ought to have done on Joan, chat.
moving special. Okay, license plate does not match. Interesting. Whew! I've never noticed that sign spins on spit roasters. Okay, that's kind of funny. We have to check in with Aaron, too. There's a couple of people that Eliza needs to check in with. Make sure they're still alive. But Mikey's still alive. W. Ashton is doing his thing. We'll have to do some work on the graffiti project. Oop. It's a good thing we did not try to pass there. Look at that full moon. Wow, gorge. What? Rude. I just realized we haven't had any background music playing today. Oh, I guess we could have done a better full circle. You know what? We'll keep going here. Yeah, we'll keep going. Then we can circle back around to scraps. That makes a lot more sense, actually.
hello in Kiflam. Summerween. Oh, man. Do we need that? Not really. Are we grabbing it anyway? We should actually check in what blueprints that they have behind the material hub. That might actually be quite useful. Actually. Jaina. Yeah, I don't know how... Oh! No pending requests. No pending requests! Okay, slay. Yeah, we won't approve our own requests because it's a little dubious. And I don't want to be that guy. So we're not gonna do that. But, oh, well, rip. Do we have two get well soons? We do. Oh god. Why does it have to show up there? Get out of here. Yeah, we'll have to update those. God, these bears were a mistake. Distinctly. Distinctly a mistake. God, that's upsetting. Old pile of scrap?
Wait, is it... It is. Okay. Gotcha. We'll have to do a little... I think we'll have to take a nap. At some point, TBD. Oh, yeah. Yay! Ah, okay. Oh, Jaina works with both. Actually. Like Jaina's... Oh! Hello and
Hey.
Kiflam.
Hey, Eliza, are you already done with scraps?
I am, yes indeed.
Damn, okay, because we need more chaos bears.
Oh, I can go grab some really quick.
Actually, let me see what we are low on plushies, because plushies somehow are doing a really good job right now. We are...
Chaos? I'm actually really close by, so you called with perfect timing, I'll have to say.
Yeah, thank goodness. We're also low on hope.
Aren't we all?
Okay. Hope. So... Chaos, hope, birthday. Yeah?
I'm actually happy to hear that birthday bears are getting...
Uh-huh. Me too, honestly. Let's see what else. And... I think that's it for the bears.
Alright, so chaos, hope, birthday. I might have to take a power nap for the new bouquets to really, really have their shine, but I'll make sure that I, get them to you in good order as well.
Yeah, let me see if we need anything for flowers, too. Because I'm not trying to organize this. We need more fortune. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, we do need more fortune.
Fortune? Easy.
Yeah.
What do we think? I'm grabbing
10 of each as a base, but
Mhm.
I can certainly grab more if it feels like.
I feel like 10 is perfect. We don't
10
want
is
to like,
perfect.
yeah.
Overdo it, yeah, because I've definitely
Yeah.
done that a little too often.
Okay.
All right, perfect. So birthday, hope, chaos, and then for flowers, good fortune.
Yes, and oh, happiness.
Happiness. Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
All right, will that be all?
Oh, you're so cute.
Oh. All right, and is that everybody?
I think that is everything. Ooh, also I was thinking about maybe a new idea for a new plushie would be, I'll just text it to you, but a get well soon plushie. We don't have one of those.
You know what? Yeah, because we have the bouquet version. We can
Yeah.
absolutely do that.
I
Easily
just
enough.
organized the flowers. We might need more roses. I'll be real. Because roses,
More
do
roses?
sell. Yeah. And I'm
Perfect.
like also putting a spare in the back too, so back of the pouch too.
All right,
Yeah.
I'll grab some more of those as well.
Yeah, and then anything else I'll let you know. And then I've gotta also go to scraps in, so I won't be bothering like this in the future. Yeah.
Don't even worry about it.
And that should be good.
Perfect. I know someone requested that I make a 100 bouquet of roses, so
Oh my gosh, damn, that
so
lucky
I'm gonna work
person,
on that.
lucky
I'm gonna
partner.
work on that. So okay,
Yeah.
get well soon, plushie bear. I actually like that a lot.
Yeah.
Brilliant. I'll be on my way back to the center shortly.
Okay, I'm gonna be making a flower delivery, but I'll be back soon.
Of course.
Yeah. And also, oh sorry, are you talking to Mikey right now? I'll update you later. Okay.
Yeah, all right, I'll talk to you later.
Alright, bye.
Hey, do y'all need a repair or anything?
Get well.
Oh shit.
What are you doing here, Rin?
Gina!
Hi.
I just passed about 3 different peculiar situations. How are you on this day?
I am doing alright.
Could I ask what is so humorous?
I may or may not have found a way to like constantly press the call contact button. That's quicker than like trying to tap it.
Oh, okay.
And God, if those show up on phone records, the phone companies are gonna hate me. I just spammed that shit. I'm gonna be honest. I just spammed it for like the past few bits.
Truly remarkable.
God, I would love to see if like 100 of me trying to call you popped up on there.
That would be quite humorous indeed.
But you're asking for advice. Oh fuck. We're good. No, we're good. We're good.
Okay, good.
Oh, I reversed off a mountain and I spun through the air. We're good. We're good. We're good.
As is the way.
Alright. I've been a lot of jobs. Clerk is one. I'm trying to remember like all the accesses you have like as a clerk. I don't really have keys to anywhere. I don't think.
No.
Clerks mainly just like approve like the food stall stuff, scrap stuff, as well as give out licenses.
Indeed.
As well as like help like update people's MTT pictures. Just at least that. There is new stuff for like fishing and hunting licenses, so clerks will be able to do that stuff again here soon.
Ah, brilliant.
Yeah, it's currently it's on the docket right now. Just
I
waiting
know
to
it's
go
been
through
in the
contest
works to
phase.
some degree.
Yeah. Whenever you issue a license and you bill someone, you get a commission of it. I believe it's 15%. Correct me if I'm wrong. You get like 15% of like what they pay. So if someone pays like I think it's 25K for a weapons license, you get like 15% of that, I believe.
All right.
Which is like it's a nice little bonus. Use the clerk if you do help out with a court case ever. Like, ask the judge beforehand and like help to like keep a court record. I do believe that they will like just give you a bonus for that. Like they'll just give you money for helping out.
Gotcha.
So there's that at least. Scrap stuff did change today. So prices are increased for new scraps orders. Just be aware of that.
Brilliant. I think the honorable Sean Danielson taught me at the perfect time because I believe the prices are all what like 400, 500, 600 now.
Yeah, and it has the categories for each item in there as well.
Perfect.
Honestly, isn't much for like clerk side of stuff. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, brilliant.
I don't know if you're able. I think you might be able to see tags. I think that is one thing. Just don't touch those, honestly. Don't touch. I think you might be able to touch people's DNA. Just don't touch their DNA at all.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep away from things that have a high potential of messing up.
Yeah, MDT corruption is very bad. Just don't do that.
Yeah, I'm not particularly interested in testing the limits of that at all, so as far as I'm concerned, I don't see it.
Yeah. You as a clerk have the ability to do state announcements. Just don't. Just don't. Don't touch
Gotcha.
that at all.
Good to know.
Just don't touch that.
Not mine to touch. I don't. You know what? What ability to do state announcements? Never heard of it.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember all this stuff. You do get paid for just being clocked in. Just keep in mind you can't really do much of other jobs when you're clocked in as clerk. You could do like hunting and fishing, as those don't give like government paychecks. Like stuff like Mosley's towing, like you can't really do.
I mostly do nonprofit stuff anyways, so that won't infringe on my free time too much.
I believe you get 3,500 per hour. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That is correct.
Yeah, it increased from when I used to do. That's really good. That's a good paycheck. Technically, you could do Sani, just don't collect your government paycheck. Just don't clock out to collect your government paycheck, or take a nap so that way, like, you don't accidentally collect it. Could technically do that. Honestly, clerk stuff is like very, very light. I'm not too sure what else there'd be here. I'm very dumb about it. I don't know.
No, the perspective you've given thus far is actually really helpful. I appreciate it. I imagined it wasn't a overtly complicated job, but it's always good to ask someone, in my opinion, who's been through it. So if there's any nuances, kind of like, you know, what you mentioned with the, like the tags and whatnot.
Yeah. Oh, with scraps. Did they go over scraps with you?
Yes, they did.
So you know how to, like, take what the thing looks like and, like, make sure it's not like a copyrighted image or anything.
Yes,
Or like
indeed.
okay.
And what
Also-
qualifies as acceptable and not acceptable?
There's some. I'm trying to think of how to correctly word it. There's some stuff that will pop up in there, like, don't approve, like, oh yeah, hey, I want to request to get an AK-47. No, not like that. But if someone's requesting, like, something a bit odd, or like, hey, I just kind of need this, like, USB with something on it, just for reasons, you can just kind of, like, ignore it and, like, it just accept it and put it through.
I'm
Like,
accepting the
'cause
package.
there's-
I don't necessarily see what's inside.
Yeah, as well as it's just, like, some stuff you just kind of have to, like, ignore as it's more, like, personal stuff for
I
someone.
very much understand where you are coming from. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I hope I worded that correctly.
I think you worded that perfectly. It very much makes sense.
Yeah. I don't know if the... I know there's late, like, it says what, like, provider is acceptable and, like, the scrap stuff. I don't know if that's been updated to get rid of, like, Kappa and Femme Beauty from it, because those just don't work anymore.
Rip those drop shippers. I trusted them.
Yeah. I know the Gyazo, like, Gyazo's Gyazo, but, like, it works, so technically you could do it and it'd be fine. Thankfully, we have, like, hey, can I get, like, a different, distributor for
That
this? And, like, they
was-
can, like, get stuff fixed, but thankfully.
Definitively a big game changer is what I'll call it. It's
Yeah. Oh, it is really foggy here now. Holy shit. It's,
Oh,
like, really
wow.
foggy. And now
I
it's
see
not
what you're
foggy
talking
anymore.
about.
Oh, it's foggy again. Holy.
Oh, wow. Huh.
But, trying to think if there's a... Dude, foggy at night is always so cool. It's turning day.
Not a fan of that early morning fog?
No, I like nighttime fog. Nighttime fog is cool.
It's very
It sucks
ominous.
to drive in, but, like, it looks cool. Is there anything else? I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Oh, I'm letting you know ahead of time, the new hunting and fishing stuff, once it's actually, like, pushed through, you give the licenses are free, but they have to take a, like, a training course with a BCSO officer to actually get properly trained on how to hunt and fish.
I love that. I love that.
But you're able to, like, give the licenses to people at least. Just like you mark it on their profile and, like,
They have to have a certification
There you
or
go.
something like that.
yeah. It's just a class. You just gotta take a class, and then I'll get logged and everything. Yeah.
I love that. I love that they are doing that.
Yeah, I wrote the things.
You did? Honestly,
Yeah.
slay.
Well, I helped write it, kind of. Like, I was half of the writer on it. But yeah.
I really like it a lot. It'll help encourage more public relations feels like the wrong phrase to use here, but
I get what you mean.
yeah.
Which, yes, we've needed it for a while. Yes. Yes. Yes.
It's an excellent way to foster a sense of, common goals and whatnot.
Exactly. For anything else? I'm trying to just not forget anything.
You've truly gone above and beyond. I really appreciate everything you've shared with me so far.
Yeah, it's no problem. It's no problem. Oh, someone recently was trying this. When approving stuff for food stalls, use common sense not to use like copyrighted businesses. Because someone recently tried to put through Hell's Kitchen, which is very much a copyrighted business owned by Gordon Ramsay, which is like, guys, come on.
We
So
all know
just-
how Gordon gets. He
Yeah,
loves
just,
it. He loves it when people use his copyrighted businesses.
Yeah, and like just please have common sense. It's what a lot of us want for this stuff is just common sense on like, hey, yeah, this is not something we can have here.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's it? Question mark.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's it.
Truly remarkable. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, no problem.
But if I end up conjuring any other questions, I'll be sure to pass them your way.
Yeah, I'll go.
Phenomenal. Well, with that said, I really appreciate you. Thank you again for taking the time.
Yeah, it's no problem at all.
Well, with that said, I shall speak to you soon.
All right, have a good one, Eliza.
You as
Take
well.
care.
Kiflam.
I believe.
Chat. I goofed it. I goofed it. I fricked it. I fricked it. Where did all the... I'm gonna literally go back in time. I'm gonna check my VOD and see if I actually... I'm gonna see if I actually paid for those damn flowers and bears. Because if I didn't... Brother, prison... Actually going back and checking my VOD. Everyone here should be collectively disappointed in me. Or it could also be a significant, you know, sign that I need to log off and actually get some sleep. You doing great, sweetie? Alright, hold on, chat. I never actually bought them! I am irredeemably cooked. I am irredeemably cooked, chat. I never actually clicked. Damn. Here, we'll find the closest. Garbage can. Chat, we're going back up north. Ah. Hello and Kiflam, Frank.
Hello, Eliza. Sorry to bother you again, mate. I'm struggling for people who are around that I know to ask you a question. Do you know what Babylon is?
I am moderately familiar, yes.
What is it?
I
Keep hearing it.
suppose you're probably talking about New Babylon, which is a self-sufficient commune that is located up in Stab City.
Stab City. Okay.
Comprised of a bunch of different people from different groups, but two significant groups are former members of Cyprus and Trebos. I think there might be some former members of Chaos Legion in there as well as a mix of other individuals.
Cyprus. Do you know who from Cyprus by any chance, Eliza?
Well, you'll definitely recognize several of the names I'll say.
Okay.
If I'm correct, Mr. Langbuda.
Oh, Mr. Lang's there. Okay.
Yes, he is.
All right,
Trying to
okay.
think, Alfonso Sebastian, Skipper Jones.
Skipper. All right, okay. Skipper Lang. Oh, CJ. All right, okay. I need to speak to one of them urgently. Okay, thank you, Eliza.
Indeed.
You're a lifesaver. Thank you, mate.
Stay safe now.
Yeah, although I'm going to try. Yeah.
Of course. Kiflam.
See you later.
Ooh, I wonder what's going on. Ooh, it's getting spicy. Oh, it's a little. What the fuck am I doing? What was that? Ooh, yeah, so the last time. Ow, fuck. The last time Eliza spoke with Frank was on a phone call a little earlier today. And then before then, probably a week or so ago. But a proper talk to properly answer your question, it's been a while. They did have a bit of a catch-up chat. About like a week and a half or so ago, but that's about it. Yeah. Yeah, nothing particularly intensive, but yeah, he and Eliza had a nice chat before now. Where he called, he was doing market research and asked Eliza who out of anyone in the city would she want to read a biography about? Like, who's the most interesting person she would want to read a book about? And she answered Barbar. And I'm not gonna lie, I feel the same. Is there a fucking garbage can nearby? I need to get rid of these books. I'm legitimately so bamboozled and intrigued by Barbar. Boater Michael. A groat. A ground boat.
All right, let's try this again, shall we, chat? I think that's all of them that we needed. And then the old piles of scrap we'll worry about. Wait, we're missing one. Hold on. Good fortune. We did need more good fortune. Okay, there we go. It took too many tries, but we got there. We got there eventually. Ooh, goodness, chat. Ugh. I am beat, and it's 100% my own fault. Joshua? I wonder what he's... What is recording over there? Ooh, fuck! Fuck yeah.
What's happening? Hello?
Hey, man! Yeah, this is he.
That was such a prominent voice.
Okay? Hello there. Hey!
I be lazy? Can I be lazy and do this? Fuck yeah. Oh yeah, we should put the rocks in the thing as well. Easy.
Nice driving!
Thank you! Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, yeah. Yeah, no, yeah. Okay, well, we'll just do that. Okay, good. Those sack at least, which is nice. Beautiful. I'll probably have to get more of those. And more of those. Ooh, more of those. Okay. Beaut. Hell yeah. Okay, we'll do this. Real quick. Large box, reinforced crate. Okay, perfect.
Hello!
Chat, I hope you can forgive me. I am irredeemably cooked right now. Yay. Okay.
Hello, Eliza.
Oh, hello, Kefla, Mikey. Just wanted to give you a heads up. I'm going to be turning in a little earlier than expected today.
Oh, no worries,
so...
no worries.
But hopefully, if the timing works out, we'll be able to have a proper catch up tomorrow.
Perfect, perfect. Yeah, I had a little just to give you an idea. I had a little chat with what was it? Marshal Gunner Kane. So
Briefly acquainted.
Oh, perfect, perfect. Then we'll have a little bit more common ground then. All right, well, you have a good rest, Eliza. You take it easy, okay?
Most certainly. We'll speak very soon.
Of course. All right.
Keflam.
Kiflam.
Fast laps, that is very true. Not kidnapped, not taken hostage. That's what I like to call a W. Now that's...
I heartily agree with that.
Excuse me.
Wow. Nice. We are now unemployed.
Hey, Brick Beans, what's up? Chad, thank you so much for hanging. I've got some other stuff I have to take care of today. Regretfully... hold on. Effervescent indeed!
Eliza?
It's on, Frank.
This is gonna... Let me just run into the desert a little bit. I'm gonna throw a couple of names at you, just and see if they mean anything to you. Let me just open it up again and see if make sure I get them right. I'm so confused. Darkstone, Jetsam, Faceless. Does that mean anything to you?
2 out of those 3 have me a little concerned.
Which two, if you don't mind me asking?
The second 2.
Jetsam and Faceless. I just spoke to CJ, and I don't know if I read out the information that I've just come across to somewhere you lived, I think you'd be very concerned. And the way she just shrugged me off like it was nothing and told me to throw it away, I don't know. I just find it very suspicious.
Can you call me back in 2 minutes? Where I am at is not a good time to have this kind of conversation over the phone.
Yeah. Do you want to meet somewhere? Like,
where would you like to meet? Actually,
wherever's
don't say it over the phone.
Okay, yeah. All right. Oh, God. Is it that bad? Okay. Oh, Jesus. All right, okay. Yeah, see you later, Ian.
Well, I guess we're not. Wake the fuck up, Samurai! Samurai? Okay, well, it's a good thing we're clocked out of being a clowny clerk, so... I'm so tired! It's the fog is out! I tried to end at a reasonable time so I could take care of human stuff! I should have known. I should have known. Not today. Commitments? No. Ooh. Damn. Clowns have gotten legitimately scary, chat. Like, I'm worried. I'm concerned. That was Frank. I don't know why I thought Joshua at first.
Yeah, Eliza, what happened to you?
It's a little bit of a story, but let's just say, you know, sometimes you put your trust in the wrong people. What can you do?
Jesus. Okay. Before we have this conversation, and that this might sound very strange, I might need you to take me to Liquid Library and check something real quick.
I can easily do that.
I don't know how to say this other than to say I want to just double check that I should have found this.
We can easily do that.
This is a bloody fancy motorcycle, this, Eliza. Look at this.
It's not too shabby, isn't it?
Yeah, it's alright.
It's a
I didn't have you down as a bike rider. Vindicator.
And they actually go for, well, not cheap, but compared to some of the other motorbikes out on the market, it's pretty solid. Usually, like, depending on where it fluctuates, around 40K.
Oh, that's not too bad, actually.
It's a really nice bike, too. Not the fastest, but it handles pretty nicely.
No, I'm just saying, I just got my dream car and it doesn't go above 100 miles per hour, but I love it. I don't care.
That's really exciting.
I got it for free as well.
For free?
Yeah, and it's like 400 grand.
Incredible. May I ask the the methodology by which you received it?
So Mr. Clark was giving away all of his cars. And then he was like doing death rolls. And I was the only one that was stood by my car. And then it got really awkward because a bunch of people lost out in another car and then stood by mine. So I thought we had to death roll, but it turns out I'd already won the car. And they all got a bit mad because we were death rolling and I got beat, but I won the car.
Truly incredible.
I mean, I'll take it. It's a very nice journalist car as well. The the faction.
I am not familiar.
Okay. Do you know what a GNX is by any chance?
I do know what a GNX is.
There you go. Yeah, it's one of them.
Grand National, a beautiful car.
If I've wasted your time here, by the way, I don't know if I have or not.
Well,
And I'd apologise if I
No
have.
worries at all. Always worth double checking.
Yeah. I'm gonna need you to check something for me. I feel like the last few times I've seen you, mate, and it's like 6 months apart, you've been in pain.
Oh no, I suppose. Well, I promise it's not been a constant.
It's good to know. Can you see anything in there?
In here?
Yeah.
I do not know.
Okay. I might need to think about something for a second.
No worries. Take your time.
I don't know how to say this, really. I mean, we probably shouldn't have this conversation here now. But I just wanted to see whether you could see what I'd done previously on here, if that makes sense. And you can't. Try this one as well. I was just trying to figure out if someone's basically been an idiot or if there's a problem with the machine.
I'll be honest, I do not see anything in the machines.
Okay. All right, okay. keep forgetting to open the door for you, Eliza. Sorry.
Oh, it's quite all right. I appreciate the gesture, but I'm quite all right.
All right, then let's go somewhere safe. This is,
Same spot or?
Oh, just anywhere will do at this point, mate. I don't want to drag you around all night.
It's quite all right. You know what? We'll drive and chat. That might be.
No, I think you need to see.
I understand. Well, you know.
Funny enough, this is where I came when I called earlier.
Really?
So, my thing here is, I'm intrigued. I mean, this is quite a scoop for my new line of work.
I'll have to say, you have something that is very hot. If you are going to be going down the pathway that I think you might be.
I mean, when I put my business together, Eliza, I said to Junior, this thing's going to be built on integrity. And I'm not going to be scared of the truth, whatever it is.
You know what? Probably not.
Murder kitty. Yeah, saw that. Good choice. That's a good little off-road bike, this as well, isn't it? Look at it.
It's pretty solid. I happen to prefer it over the Manches, which I know is perhaps better suited for off-road biking, but this one has better control, which I appreciate.
It just looks better as well, doesn't it?
It really does.
Looks like it should be in a Tron.
You know what? With the right colors, it could certainly be suitable. I'm realizing I took perhaps the most buffoonish way possible to get to our somewhat destination, but
It's all right. At least you know, I mean, anyone's following us, they're not going to be now.
we'll be able to tell rather easily as well. So, small
Is
gifts,
it-
I suppose.
When you say it's hot, is it really that hot?
It's very contentious. I'll say that much for free. One of the names that you mentioned has been behind a lot of let's call them terroristic activities, and have been involved with the death and disappearance of a fair number of people.
Oh, bloody hell. Okay.
I'm trying to think of the safest place to talk.
This will be okay. Go on, dear. I have to be honest, there's a bit of me that feels bad. I found the reference, and I was going to make my own book. So I had all the ink and the paper ready to go, and my intrigue got the best of me when I saw the name of it. So I made it and scarped.
What? What? This is crazy.
Power isn't taken is given to those who can control the chaos and shadows we operate in shadows of strength.
These are so fucking good.
I feel like it's a lot, but also not a lot as well. Like there's some details, but there's not like I don't know what time I'm going. If I was to try and find it. The helicopter.
What makes you think What makes you think that we could be connected?
What do you mean?
Perhaps I misinterpreted what you said before.
What are you talking about? Like you and you
Mhm.
specifically? No. So the reason I've heard the name Babylon so many times over the last couple of days, but no one's actually telling me what it is. I was looking around, and you're pretty much at this moment in time the only person I could see that I speak to still. So I just called you. I've got no connection with you to this, mate. To be honest, I didn't know.
Gotcha.
Do you have a connection?
To this?
I mean, you know a bit about it.
There's been some weird things happening at the Jetsam docks.
Is there? Who are they?
There's a PD exercise there a couple of days ago, handful of days ago, and one of the containers blew up on them. Left a lot of damage.
Whereabouts are the docks, Eliza?
The Jetsam docks?
Yeah.
That's the question, isn't it? What exactly is going on over there?
Is it where the arrows pointed?
Or no.
Okay. No.
I honestly didn't really pay too much attention to the arrows.
Okay, no problem. I was just confused. This reminds me of, remember when you showed me that riddle? All that time ago. And we stood there for hours trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
I guess deep down that's probably one of the reasons I called you as well.
You know what happened to Dr. Halen, right?
No, I don't think so.
Well, you know he's dead, yes.
No, I didn't. What happened to
Essentially,
him?
these are the people that did it.
Oh. That's what you meant by people disappearing? Oh, yeah, you can answer there if you want.
I'll have to give him a call back.
Okay. I have seen the Faceless on Twitter before. I don't really know what it was. I've not heard any of the other two names. was around the time that bombing happened at the courthouse. I think it was the day that happened, actually. Other than that, I've not really heard of it. I just more read this. I'm just. I mean, it doesn't say where they're going to intercept the poor fella. I'm just wondering whether I can.
At Babylon?
It says he's inside Babylon, but it says intercept Ryan Kane's transport and do not let Ryan. Actually, it says don't. Oh no! Oh no! Oh god! It just ticked. It says intercept Ryan Kane's transport and do not let Ryan Kane leave. Bring him alive. So I think that's saying don't let him leave Babylon. And they're going to try and take down whatever is coming to get him. That makes sense. I'm going to give you a second. You can see what I mean. Or have you... if you read that like last line of the paragraph. This could be a pretty big story, this, Eliza.
Dark stone. So I imagine this guy's trying to get out, and they're trying to prevent it.
That's what it sounds like, yeah.
Sorry, Frank, it's I'm a little cooked right now, so I'm not able to process everything as keenly as I would like to.
No, it's this might be my make for an old-fashioned stakeout. I'm gonna open a newspaper, Eliza. This seems like a pretty big story.
It's a huge one. Thank you for showing me this.
It's okay. To be honest with you, Eliza, of all the people I've met in this city, I feel like you're somebody whose brain ticks similarly to me with stuff like this. You intrigued?
I want to show you some things.
Good.
There might be an officer at our building. They're doing a little bit of an investigation in regards to the injuries I got.
Oh, good.
Don't bring this up to them.
Okay, I won't.
Have you ever heard of the Moscow rules?
No, I can't say I have. Eliza, what is it?
So, back in the day, when spy activities were essentially at their peak during the Cold War, there were multiple operations to try to infiltrate the KGB. Are you familiar with what that is?
Yes, I know the KGB, yeah.
So, CIA and FBI operatives basically developed a series of rules called the Moscow Rules, which is essentially has become regarded as go-to definitive rules for espionage. The Moscow Rules. One of those. Assume everyone is an asset.
Everyone.
It's not a definitive truth that everyone is an asset, but especially if you are, you know, in unfamiliar territory dealing with people that you are not familiar with.
Trust nobody.
Exercise caution and discretion in regards to who you share this information with. Because there are some that book that you have in your hands would be more than happy to have you forfeit your life for even having seen it.
Okay. You know, I was just trying to write a book about the voices I used to hear in my head.
It always starts there, doesn't it?
Yeah. Seems those voices always did try and have a way of getting me killed.
I remember once I asked you what your relationship is with knowledge. Information. How would you answer that now?
I guess I feel like, Eliza, I'm at a stage of my life where, for some reason now, whenever I receive a piece of information, it leads to 5 or 10 more questions.
Very pretty though.
I'm probably more intrigued than ever about everything and anything.
Sounds like we have some guests over.
Fantastic. This place looks bloody amazing now. Last time I seen it, it wasn't finished.
Oh yes, I'll have to give you a proper tour here.
The jingle that's in the speakers.
Right over here we have of course our area for our soup kitchen, you know, whenever we have community kitchen days.
Fantastic.
Right over here we have sort of our welcoming community area. We're
Look
hoping
at
to have
this.
more support groups hosted here. A little Zen garden here. Our welcome center where we have our plushies and bouquets and other, you know, little pamphlets and whatnot.
Amazing.
A bathroom right in here. We have spare donated clothes and, you know, extra towels and whatnot if people ever need to, you know, freshen up or just use the facilities.
Fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Great, this. Oh, look at that.
Mm-hmm. Are you, how familiar are you with arboreal sciences?
You may as well just been speaking Swahili to me, Eliza. That's how familiar.
Trees. This right here is a frangipani, indigenous to, I believe, East Asia and quite a few of the Pacific Islands, actually. So one of those strange trees, symbolic for everlasting wisdom.
Well, okay.
Mm-hmm. It is said that the flowers that are grown on this tree tend to be grown and placed on the forehead of babies and also on gravestones, a representation of the cycle of life and death.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I might not have understood what it means, but I know it looks bloody stunning. I don't know if it's the the lighting you fix up, but it looks amazing.
I really appreciate that. Thank you. Some of the other areas upstairs are still under renovations still, but I can at least give you a look at the offices. Oh, EJ.
Hi.
I would have to
It's
say this is
EJ.
a
Right, EJ.
serendipitous.
Hello there, guys.
Oh, hello and
Oh,
Kifon.
mate.
Don't mind us. Don't mind us.
Oh,
Hey,
no
what's
worries
going
at all.
on?
Wonderful to see you both. I do hope
Kifon.
you
Yeah,
have
good
been
to
well
see you
today.
too.
Mhm.
Yeah, doing all right. How are you doing today?
You know, one step at a time. Certainly getting better each day.
Of course,
Very good.
absolutely. That's good.
Very
Cool.
much appreciated. EJ mentioned that you all stepped by to take pictures. Please let me know if there's anything I could do to be of assistance.
Yeah, of course,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Should be
Not-
okay.
Yeah, not that it needs to be happening right now. We did ask a question to EJ. I'm sure at maybe a different time. EJ will ask you, but it's not a rush.
Oh,
Mhm.
of course.
But
Cool. Don't mind me. Let's
Yeah.
get a quick photo.
Oh, no worries.
go for it. Awesome. If you need anything, obviously give us a call. All right.
Of course. You all take care. Thank you much.
Yeah, of course. Good to see you.
Brilliant. Yeah, there was an incident here a couple days ago that's in conjunction with why I'm looking a little rougher than normal. Let's see.
Look at all. Looks amazing.
All right, it's not completely finished, but we're installing a sauna in here.
Wow, look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Bloody hell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're
Amazing.
really it's we've gone through a couple of different phases of renovations, trying to figure out how we could best serve as a community center of sorts, and we decided to focus on like a lot of health and wellness stuff as a way to help people connect a lot more. This is our dojo.
Well, EJ, thank you for allowing us to visit.
Amazing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's for meditation, yoga, and also for people who are fascinated by mixed martial arts.
Bloody hell.
Mm,
This is something
indeed.
else, this, Eliza.
Mm,
Well,
I
I'm pretty much
appreciate
lost for
that.
words, mate, I'll be honest.
That's very kind. Here, you know what? I'll try to... Okay, it looks like my office is locked. That's fun. Cephalon Wolf! Right here. Okay, we're not done with this room yet. It's one of those things that started out as a joke, and then we built in earnest.
Wow.
The gold room.
This is,
Mm.
it's like the, I don't know, it's like the exact opposite vibe of the one we saw when we came in.
Mm-hmm. In a way, yes, for we do carry multitudes within ourselves. And without, indeed. I've found myself meditating in here as of late.
I can honestly, I can see that.
It's simultaneously a discombobulating and centering alike. Right in
Felt,
here is our library.
Amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love this.
Mm-hmm. But yes, our multitudinous collection of different books and whatnot.
Fantastic.
Mm-hmm. Then right in here is our offices.
Oh, look at this.
Mm-hmm. Yep, got a
Why'd you
guest
ever leave?
couch. Hey, there are days where I am stuck here quite a while, phone guying it up.
Look at the view. Look at that. Like,
It's a wonderful view, isn't it? Almost,
Yeah.
it's, I'll have to say, might be my favorite, right next to the rooftop view.
yeah, fantastic. That is.
If you are willing to, oblige me ever so briefly, you're more than welcome to look around. I just gotta go grab something from the other room.
No, it's okay, Eliza.
Hmm. Hmm. Forgive me for that. I wasn't able to find the book I was looking for. 1 second here.
It's okay, Eliza.
Hmm. 1 second here, chat. I'm trying to think of what we can show him. Because as much as I would love to yeet everything at him right away, I kind of want to be a teeny tiny little more patient with it. Right, yeah, but we don't have any copies on us right now. And I don't want to bring them all the way to the library just to print something out. Yeah, that's the tricky part. Hold on, maybe there's a download? Hold on. Yeah! It's actually... No, Mikey ate with that. He cooked. Facts. Let's see, is it this one? That's what we need. I'm going to send you a poster I found the other day.
Okay.
Sorry this took me so long to pull up.
Don't apologise, Eliza. It's fine.
Yeah, feel free to take a look at that and tell me what you think.
Interesting. Again, like I said to you earlier, I have so many questions.
Yeah, it turns out those phone numbers are all for prominent members of the mayor's office and the DOJ. So, Rizal, Junior Huntley, I think Murray Falconer's on there. I believe one of the marshal's numbers is on there as well.
Who's the first person you say? Did you say myself, as in you?
Oh, no, sorry, Michael
Oh.
Rizal.
Oh, Michael Rizal, okay.
Mm.
Is this one from one of the groups that I mentioned, or from like someone else,
This
or
is from. Some people have been saying the Fire Starters, which is what looks to be an anarchist group posting on Twitter a lot recently. So it mentions nest in there. What does that mean to you?
I've seen that at the courthouse,
Mm-hmm.
and then on a billboard as well. I think I've seen it.
Mm-hmm.
Not when this new swooped
Oh,
in
Chad, I
before
feel
the
bad. I'm
smoke
so
cleared.
tired and I have to go because I have to go take care of stuff, but I want to give him the unlock. You know what? We'll just come back and give him a proper unlock.
Basically, is this saying the government have not spoken up or said a word about what's been happening?
One could even argue that they are complicit with some of what is happening. Allegedly, of course. Allegedly.
It says the officers were caught in the blast, so yeah, it must be referring to them.
Mm-hmm. Will you be around tomorrow?
Yeah, will be, yeah.
If you're interested, we can, Unfortunately, I am not so much at my leisure today.
It's okay. In terms of the thing I showed you, Eliza, let's just keep that firmly between ourselves.
As always, discretion is, my favorite hobby.
Okay.
Here,
I'm
would you
not,
like to, give my bike a bit of a test ride?
No, it's okay, don't worry. I'm only, I'll go for a little walk around the corner, it's okay.
Well, here, I'll give you keys anyways. How's that?
Don't mind having a sleep in the bush every now and then, Eliza.
I'll let you know, Frank, that, you've really touched on something pretty big.
Oh, God. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, what am I gonna do? I'll just kind of want to, I don't know, I feel like I should be documenting stuff at least.
It's a good call. Here, hop on.
Alright.
I'd say feel free to look at the billboards on top of that building in Legion Square.
Okay, thanks, Eliza.
We'll speak soon.
Hope,
You stay safe.
Yeah, I hope you feel better soon as well.
I'll do my best. Get Flob.
Hello.
Hey, Kiflam. Sorry I have to
Oh,
keep
hey.
this relatively brief, but if there is someone that you would like to include on the project you're working on, it seems like Frank Skinner has been doing a lot of research in that general area.
Frank
and could
Skinner. Okay.
use a nudge in the right direction in regards to his research. I can pass on his
Okay.
phone number if you would like it.
Actually, does he have any of the reading, the required reading?
He's seen a little bit of it. I don't think he's seen any of the news articles.
The news articles. Okay,
But
I can.
he has found something that I think you would find very interesting.
Interesting. Okay, I will.
It
I'll
seems
set
that the
something up.
landlords have been leaving some of their documentation around.
What are they copying me? Wait a minute.
Not copying you.
Oh, like maybe somebody dropped it.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I can imagine like I guess if you have so many books and you're an asset and you get one and you think throw this away, this away, this away. Oh no. Okay. I will get him some reading. You said Frank Skinner?
Frank Skinner, he is in the lemon list right now.
Okay, he's in the lemon list. I might have to. Oh my god, I have to get maybe get
He's in the
Waxter's fit
realm
together.
of recently minted business,
okay.
investigative journalism.
Oh, that's a very interesting and dangerous field for the information he has.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Take that as you will.
interesting. I will suit up a bit and see if I can get him. I think I have a one or two left, and I'll see if I can have a chat. That's interesting. Okay. Thank you, Eliza.
There was only so much I could let him know, and I tried to impress upon him the potential drawbacks of the situation.
Yeah, definitely you could fill up your schedule quite a bit for forever. If you
Most
get too
certainly.
engrossed into it.
Most certainly.
One last question: how did I guess why did he come to you with it specifically, or is it somebody you've known for?
We've had similar discussions, not of this nature
Ah.
exactly, but think about a Diet Dr. Pepper version of when I first met you.
Oh man, we were both very, very different then. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then that's good. I think that's good though.
He's someone
Okay.
who has he is discerning and he is smart.
That is the best type of person.
Mhm.
I'll see about a nudge or two, just like with Aaron.
Brilliant. All right. Well,
Also, I have a real quick. Let me look at my phone real quick.
I would
don't
have
wanna keep you.
tried
Yeah,
to
I don't
feed
wanna
him a
keep
little
you.
more,
No,
but
no,
I am
no.
so remiss. My time.
Yeah,
is,
no, I don't want to keep you. No worries.
quite all right.
If you don't mind checking, it's a lot easier this way anyway. If you just check the file I sent on the computer, you should there should be some new ones in there. Yeah, so just whenever you have the free
Incredible.
chance,
Also,
just whenever you have a free
the
chance, give it a look. Yeah.
the last prints, I just paperboyed it.
Oh, I had no clue, but I had been shown one, and I was like, I didn't do this. You know what I mean? Like, I was very taken aback because I thought maybe they had just compiled the art that I put up. Okay, that's amazing, Eliza. Okay,
I
shit.
figured I know at one point we were going to do it together, but it's
It's scheduling,
it's been people have been keeping their eyes on me as of late.
Ah, well, okay. I guess it's a double-edged sword there,
And it's a good thing that people are such flagrant and frequent litterers that it doesn't really come across as particularly interesting when someone throws something.
Exactly. Well, okay, then that is good to know. I'll see what I can do on my end. Do you mind texting me their number?
I
Or, let's
certainly
see if
can.
they're the lemon list.
I know he's looking to do some biographies on some individuals, and I think that would be an excellent project.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thanks again, Eliza. I hope you have a good rest. I'll see what I can find in my folders.
Most certainly. Well, I will be around more fulsomely tomorrow, so we'll speak more then.
Perfect. I should be as well. Okay.
Incredible.
All right. You have a good one. Take it easy.
Giflam.
Giflam.
Hey.
Hey, sorry about that, EJ.
Yeah, no worries.
I'll
Who
have
was
to
that,
retire.
Mikey?
Yep, it was Mikey. I have to retire very shortly, but
Oh shit. Okay, I'll be quick.
Mm.
So they're asking about if there's a photo of the previous room, like how it was before we tore it all down.
I can dig through because I did do some photos for the tour of the center, so I could try to find them.
Yeah. Then, I decorated it too.
Okay, I'm excited to
yeah.
see.
And then I feel like I had other updates and I'm forgetting. Oh yeah, I already talked to DOC. I need to talk to back to the book people, right? Because DOC are in on it. They like the idea.
Brilliant.
Mm-hmm. And then
That's such a great idea.
Yeah, I feel like the guy I'm talking to, seems really passionate about education in the DOC too. So
Was it I'm going to wildly guess it was Michael Garcia?
he's a good guy.
He's a really good guy.
Let me give you a call so I can yep. As you take a gander of the blueprints.
Uh-huh. Oh, you cooked.
Yeah, I just the vibes is very.
You cooked it.
Educational.
The bucket.
Yeah. I'm like leaving it very plain, so they could decorate it themselves, yeah. Maybe like a little oh my god, I should put like a little rug here so they can place their shoes. Inside. Yeah. So there's that.
Truly remarkable work.
Yeah. Oh, also if you look over here. Also I like Chance and
Octo. They're really nice.
Yeah. I was kind of surprised they want to take photos. I was like, oh, this is perfect, actually. And also, I think they want to tour later when they're off duty and whatnot. Not later today, but like whenever. Yeah. And then if you look over here and go over the, the hedge. I don't know what to do with storage here, but I'm thinking about just putting a bunch of cardboard boxes over here.
Ooh, I dig it.
Or a tower of safes. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Just ideas. And then I might work on the sauna.
Oh, I cannot hear you on the phone right now. 1 second here.
Oh shit, what did I
Okay,
cut
there we
off?
go.
Oh no.
Cardboard boxes, stacking them up. I like that idea, just like big chunky, just moving boxes.
Yeah,
I like that.
because like you never know when we gotta go.
This is
I don't
very
know.
true.
Yeah. And then over here, I'm gonna because I'm pretty much done with this room. I think I'm just gonna add maybe a little rug where they put their shoes.
Maybe like a plant or two. Unless we want to keep it rotten vibes. You
No,
know what?
I mean,
no,
we could-
it can't. No plants. No plants. It has to be rotten vibes.
They could bring their own plants. Damn it, they can't have
bring
allergies.
their own plants.
Yeah. And then here I'm just gonna work on putting like more cositas and whatnot. And also oh I love it. I love this. I love this so much. And then
I did that in the gold room as well. I did it in the gold room first, and I was like, wait, I could do that in here too.
oh, this is really nice. But I just want to cover up this part where you don't have to see the back of it.
Easily
You know?
enough.
Yeah.
I
so it's
did
like,
grab more lumber and more walls and surfaces and whatnot, so that should make it easier.
we're almost done with this room because we got to make this frosted. And maybe is it weird to add candles in a steam room?
I don't
It's
think
not,
so at all.
Intuitive? I don't know. You know, like does a steam extinguish the I don't know. But anyways,
no. It could
and
be
then I
electric
think-
candles. Well, it's therapeutic, right? They could be therapeutic
Yeah.
candles. Like
Yeah,
a steam
and then-
diffuser and candles.
Ooh, I like that. And then wait, wrong word. Then the gold room, I'm like, I don't know, I don't want to really touch it because I'm afraid. I mean, like, it's like I have maybe like I could have maybe rocks around in here. And then, what do you think about curtains, or do we just want to really like?
I am very split. Curtains could add something fun, but
Or
I really
we
like
could,
the idea of keeping it plain. We could put the curtains on the windows here, like kind of like swoop to the side.
Oh yeah, that'd be nice.
Depending on what kind of glass we end up using.
And then hear me out too. There's like a podium. Or maybe not. We could put a podium here for like against the wall where we could put a book if we ever do have a book. Or maybe pillows or candles or something. I don't know.
I see what you mean.
You know say. You know say, but
I'll let you cook.
I'm afraid of touching this. But I'll do everything else first. and then probably add the
I'm such a
curtains.
minimalist maniac that I'm like, keep it plain. But I do want to see
Keep
what
it
you end up
plain.
cooking because I can always, you know.
Like, cause this is gonna be like the room of like talking to the tree, you
Mhm.
know. I might add just keep it minimalistic, like you say, and then maybe just rocks, maybe a candle here and there in the corners or something, or I don't know.
Ooh, I dig that.
Mm-hmm.
I know you can get torchlight. There's something that they did in
Ooh.
that. Do you remember in the other, in the the rehearsal gold room where they had flaming
Yeah.
bowls of fruit?
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Actually,
I
we
actually
could
do.
do that. Mm.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think I'm afraid of touching the gold room, but I might add the curtains and then just like vibe with it and see
Yeah,
what's up.
you have fun with it, and then if I, you
Mhm.
know, you
Yeah,
have fun
'cause,
with
like-
it, and then if I don't vibe with it, we'll find a common ground.
Yeah.
I won't
because, like-
veto it straight out.
No, because like I realize like you and I, like you're very minimalistic. I like to fill up every space I can.
So yeah, so we'll find out. We'll find
Yeah,
that.
we're
Yeah,
fine, we're fine.
easy.
And then I just got a little bit more because I like how this is very open too, the sauna. But I just want to add like just a little bit more rocks, I think, and I think it'll be fine.
I did
Just a
pick
little
up
bit.
more rocks from Mutual, so feel free to go nuts.
And then maybe just candles here and there, and then just fill up the back of it so you don't see the back, and I think it's perfect.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I'm
I
excited.
do have to head out, EJ.
Uh-huh.
You are
Yeah.
incredible. You've been eating the past week, the past months, let's be honest, but especially the past couple of days.
I think I have more to tell you, but I keep forgetting. But it's fine. It's
That's
not
okay.
that important.
I will be around a proper length of time tomorrow.
Okay, perfect.
But I do have to do an emergency meditation. Until then,
Okay.
you stay safe, all right?
Okay, I will.
And if you need
Okay.
anything, you know, Mikey's around if it's like, you know, a weird emergency, you know what I mean?
Okay, yeah. We like Mikey.
Mikey has definitely been there in troublesome times.
Okay, then okay.
But you feel free to exercise your discretion as you wish. But if you are in trouble, he's someone you can depend on.
Okay, that's nice. Okay, actually, yeah.
But yes,
Alright,
I do have
sounds
to
good.
dip.
Okay, then I'll leave you be. I'm
Alright.
gonna go cook myself something down in the kitchen below before I cook in the rooms. Oh my god. Okay.
Also, the plushies are all filled up, so...
Oh, okay, thank you so much. Oh, I need to go to scraps either way. I need to put that on my to-do list. Okay.
Brilliant.
Okay.
Alright, I will see you tomorrow. You are an icon.
Alright.
Kiflam, sister.
Bye, Kiflam.
Chat! I have to end stream. Because I got some things I gotta take care of. But I really appreciate you all. Yeah, thank you so much for sharing the great vibes, everyone. I really appreciate you. Chat, I'm gonna send you on over to Ramen JD, who plays Jeremy Shimizu. Y'all are awesome. I gotta go take care of stuff. Excuse me, that was a really weird-ass burp. But y'all are great. Thank you for hanging today. Sorry it ended up being a little short, but you know, I got some stuff I gotta take care of. Well, it's not short. I'm just ending earlier than I usually do. But yeah, go tell Ramen JD that he's amazing. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye!